Chapter 46:16. In the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Gu Fei's attainment of the Tao had caused a great change in the world. A golden lotus of the Great Path had descended from the heavens. The golden lotus of the Great Path had never been recorded in the universe, so no one knew what it was. However, the heirs of the super forces in Eternal World knew that it was a heaven-defying opportunity. Soon, the secret of the golden lotus of the Great Path spread throughout the universe. All the quasi-supremes who entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion for the trial went crazy. They fought over the golden lotus of the Great Path with no regard for their lives. The golden lotus of the Great Path. Obtain it, and you can attain the extreme Tao. Gu Fei's voice echoed throughout the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Gu Fei is up to something. The corners of the old tortoise's mouth twitched when he heard Gu Fei's words. Everyone was going to fight with their lives on the line, especially those who had been stuck at the quasi-supreme level for countless years. They were probably going crazy. An all-out war broke out in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. When the quasi-supremes of the four worlds received the news, they all rushed into the Chaos Immortal Mansion like madmen. A golden lotus floated down from the sky. The old tortoise was both surprised and overjoyed. He wanted to soar into the sky to collect the golden lotus of the Great Path, but before his feet could leave the ground, dozens of figures charged at him from the side. Blood splattered everywhere, weapons shattered, and broken limbs rained down from the sky. The scene was incredibly bloody. In the end, a powerful man displayed his invincible combat power, killing all his opponents and snatching the golden lotus of the Great Path. Even though this man was extremely powerful and could be considered invincible among his peers, he was still heavily injured. His body was pierced through, and a broken sword was stuck in his shoulder. One of his eyes was stabbed blind. Ha! The powerful man held the golden lotus of the Great Path with both hands and laughed heartily. However, before he could finish laughing, a giant hand slammed down from the sky and smashed him into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. A figure suddenly appeared in the void and snatched the golden lotus of the Great Path with one hand. In the next moment, dozens of powerful figures charged towards that person at the same time. That man fled without hesitation. The group of people chased after him and soon disappeared from the old tortoise's sight. Seeing this, old tortoise was dumbfounded. Half-supreme beings fell, blood scattering through heaven and earth. There really were too many half-supreme beings who died, as if even the heavens themselves were in grief, sending down a rain of blood. Staying alive is more important. Old Turtle went straight to Gu Fei. You bastards, go ahead and fight for it. Gu Fei is my brother. With this relationship, do you think I can't get a Great Path Golden Lotus? At this time, Gu Ling and the #1 god of the Heavenly Law Walkabout sect, Tai Kong, started fighting. Tai Kong was indeed not someone that Sun Bai could compare to. The battle prowess of the first divine son of the Heavenly Law Walkabout sect could absolutely crush Sun Bai. This was without a doubt. However, Gu Ling's cultivation level and battle prowess had already caught up with those divine princes and saintesses who were at the same level as her, or even surpassed them. Rumble! Gu Ling threw one punch after another. The violent fist energy shook the heavens and the earth. Towering divine flames filled every inch of the void. Countless scroll-like divine lights shattered under Gu Ling's fists. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. In the face of such great power, no matter how powerful one was, it was useless. Tai Kong kept retreating. Countless heavenly divine light rushed out of his body and turned into heavenly divine swords that slashed at Gu Ling. He attracted the power of the heavenly law to his body. At this moment, he seemed to be the heavenly law, the ruler. The power of the heavenly divine light instantly multiplied. Swoosh! A heavenly divine sword directly slashed at Gu Ling's shoulder, leaving a bloody mark on her shoulder. Blood oozed out. Gu Ling was injured, but she didn't feel it at all. Her attacks were still fierce and powerful to the extreme. Bang! Clang! Gu Ling's fists kept shattering heavenly divine swords one after another. She attacked Tai Kong. Swoosh! Tai Kong immediately retreated. He didn't dare to let Gu Ling get close to him. He could see that Gu Ling's Tao body was extremely powerful. It was simply a Tao artifact in human form. While Gu Ling and Tai Kong were fighting, Sun Bai was unlucky. Gu Ling didn't bother him, but the others swarmed him. He had the Great Path Golden Lotus. Dozens of Quasi-Supremes rushed forward and dozens of Quasi-Supreme level Tao artifacts directly attacked Sun Bai. The next moment, Sun Bai didn't even have time to scream. He was drowned by the destructive power of the dozens of Quasi-Supreme level Tao artifacts. Dozens of Quasi-Supreme level Tao artifacts attacked one guy at the same time. Even if this guy was a powerful existence at the same level as him, he would still die. Therefore, Sun Bai was doomed. His protective Tao artifact was destroyed. Then, his body turned into a mist of blood, and his primordial spirit was instantly torn to pieces. I can't accept this. After Sun Bai's last thought disappeared, his body and soul were destroyed. So what if you were the previous generation's divine child of the Heavenly Law's Walkabout sect? So what if you were the successor of a top force in the eternal world? Who cared who you were? For the Great Path Golden Lotus, you would be killed without mercy. Everyone attacked crazily. Every quasi-supreme level Tao artifact radiated endless divine light and released the strongest power. The incomparably stable void was pierced, and the chaotic aura was blasted out. An expert wielding a spear directly nailed his opponent in the void. Then, he shook the spear in his hand and shattered the quasi-supreme level Tao artifact. However, the next moment, a blade light descended from the sky and directly split the expert wielding the spear in half. This expert of the Tao of the blade went on a killing spree. The blade light he unleashed traversed the heavens and the earth. It was as if even the world had been split in half by him. Several quasi-supreme level Tao artifacts were killed by him in succession. However, the next moment, the other quasi-supreme level Tao artifacts swarmed forward. Then, there was no then. The battle continued. Blood splattered everywhere. One after another, extremely powerful quasi-supreme level Tao artifacts fell. They risked their lives to fight so that they could reach the extreme Tao. However, there were too many people who wanted to reach the extreme Tao. Who would succeed in the end? No one could say with certainty that they would succeed. Even those who had obtained the Great Path Golden Lotus could not say with certainty that they could break through to the extreme Tao realm and become an extreme supreme level Tao artifact. It had to be said that the Great Path Golden Lotus had a time limit. After 49 days, if the person who obtained the Great Path Golden Lotus had yet to refine the Great Path Golden Lotus, the Great Path Golden Lotus would return to heaven and earth. In the end, Sun Bai's Great Path Golden Lotus was obtained by a fellow with overwhelming demonic energy. He was the successor of a demonic force in the eternal world, a peerlessly powerful figure. At that moment, Gu Ling did not want to play around anymore. He simply displayed an extremity breaker fist. Rumble. A supreme power erupted from within Gu Ling's body. It was a power that exceeded his limits. This power was guided out by the extremity breaker fist. Tai Kong instinctively sensed danger and quickly retreated. Chapter 46:17. The ultimate breaking fist was an invincible fist technique that Gu Fei had created after his cultivation had broken through to the eternal state. It was an eternal method. Gu Fei had passed on this eternal method to Gu Ling. Now, Gu Ling did not hesitate and directly displayed this eternal method. Rumble. Gu Ling punched out, causing the space before his fist to tremble. An unimaginably violent power erupted forth, destroying everything in its path. Roar. Tai Kong felt the threat of death and immediately retreated. At the same time, he desperately used the secret technique of the Heavenly Law Walkabout sect, trying to block this earth-shattering punch. Endless divine light of the Heavenly Law rushed out of Tai Kong's body. His entire body was instantly shrouded by endless divine light of the Heavenly Law, as if he had turned into a light cocoon. This was the strongest defensive ability of the Heavenly Law Footloose sect. However, Gu Ling's fist easily broke through Tai Kong's defensive ability and landed a punch on Tai Kong's body. Bam! Tai Kong did not even have time to scream. His body was smashed by Gu Ling's punch. A primordial spirit shrouded in a ball of divine light rushed into the sky. The #1 divine prince of the heavenly law walkabout sect was almost killed by Gu Ling's punch. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble. Too strong. Gu Ling's punch really scared a lot of people. Where are you going? Gu Ling stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Tai Kong's primordial spirit. Tai Kong is doomed. Someone exclaimed. At the moment when Gu Ling's hand was about to grab Tai Kong's primordial spirit, a figure suddenly rushed out of Tai Kong's primordial spirit and appeared in the void. Boom! An eternal aura immediately erupted from the figure, shaking the heavens. Gu Ling's shock was no small matter. In the next moment, she realized that she couldn't move. She couldn't even move a finger. Then, she found that not only herself, but countless experts watching the battle in the distance were also frozen in the void. The entire world seemed to be locked. A clone of an eternal paragon? High up in the sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao Footloose sect's ancestor snapped his fingers, and all the imprisoned living beings actually collapsed in the void, turning into a mist of blood. A clone, with a snap of a finger, had actually annihilated countless quasi-supremes. Tai Kong's spirit was dumbfounded when he saw this. However, Gu Ling didn't turn into a bloody mist. When the clone of the heavenly law sect's ancestor snapped his fingers, an eternal aura surged from her body. Even so, Gu Ling could still feel the aura of death. His soul felt like it was about to collapse. This little girl has an eternal Tao artifact? The incarnation of the heavenly law carefree sect's old ancestor was a little surprised. Just as he was about to attack Gu Ling, a large hand suddenly descended from the sky and grabbed him. What? The incarnation of the heavenly law carefree sect's ancestor was shocked. In the next moment, before he could finish his thought, he was crushed by the large hand and dissipated in the void, completely disappearing. Then, Gu Ling felt her body lighten. The power that had imprisoned her disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Tai Kong escaped. He didn't get the Great Path Golden Lotus, and instead, his body was destroyed. The #1 divine child of the heavenly law carefree sect was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. However, the countless quasi-supremes who had been destroyed by the incarnation of the heavenly law carefree sect's ancestor felt even more wronged. At that moment, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the sky, fully focused on refining the 10 extinction demon star that he hadn't refined back then. Powerful demonic chi constantly rushed out of the demon star and entered his body, quickly transforming into eternal power. He had just recovered to the eternal realm and needed endless worldly essence. In order not to destroy the balance of the immortal mansion world, he could only refine the 10 extinction demon star. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a critical moment. As his eternal power continued to increase, his entire body emitted bursts of explosive sounds. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were transforming. His bones were constantly cracking and then quickly repairing themselves. His martial body was transforming into a complete eternal martial body. However, this process caused him to suffer a great deal of pain. His entire body was constantly being cleansed and tempered by the eternal force from the inside out. If he wanted to cultivate a peerless martial body, he had to be able to do what ordinary people couldn't and endure what others couldn't. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking came from within Gu Fei's body. His bones were reforming and repairing themselves. The repaired bones were sparkling and translucent like eternal divine jade. This was the eternal Tao body. It was known as eternal and indestructible. Even if the world was destroyed, the eternal Tao body would still exist. You haven't broken through to the mid-level eternal realm? Gu Fei was somewhat shocked. He had already refined more than half of the vast demonic energy contained within the 10 extinction demon star hovering in front of him. It would probably be a little difficult to break through to the mid-level eternal realm in one go. Rumble, as Gu Fei cultivated, his body gave off a terrifying aura that affected the surrounding heaven and earth. The heaven and earth essence energy around him was extremely chaotic. Up in the 9 heavens, dazzling lightning flashed from time to time. This was a kind of phenomenon, just like the Great Tao Golden Lotus. At this time, Gu Ling was challenging powerful opponents everywhere. She wanted to completely sublimate and transform in a life and death battle, becoming an extreme Tao paragon. The phenomenon in the 9 heavens lasted for 5 days before gradually disappearing. Master finally succeeded. Whether it was Di Jiutian or Tongyu, they both saw hope in Gu Fei. One day, they could also become true eternal experts. The miserable old turtle wanted to see Gu Fei and ask for the great Tao golden lotus from Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was reconstructing his eternal Tao body. Thus, the old turtle was rejected. He wanted to continue waiting for Gu Fei to come out of seclusion, but Di Jiutian secretly told him that Gu Ling had snatched many great Tao golden lotuses. There's hope. The old turtle thanked Di Jiutian and directly rushed toward Gu Ling. Wherever there was a great battle, Gu Ling's figure would appear. At this time, the forces that were hostile to Gu Fei were restless. Gu Fei has become eternal? Those who received the news were all scared out of their wits. That was a legendary supreme existence. If he wanted to kill someone, who could escape? In the primogenitor's realm, the Eastern Domain, the deity race, the Li family, and the Chu family's descendants were even more grief-stricken when they heard this. Gu Fei was like a mountain pressing down on their heads. As long as Gu Fei was around, they would never be able to rise up. Chapter 46:18. Although Gu Fei's cultivation base had broken through to the eternal stage, his eternal heavenly tribulation had yet to descend. That was the result of him using a peerless magic to conceal the mysteries of heaven. Truth be told, he was doing this to give the living beings of the 4 worlds and even eternal world a chance to obtain the grand Tao golden lotus. Since ancient times, no one had been willing to do this because it would come at a considerable price. The existence of the grand Tao golden lotus was heaven-defying. The will of heaven and earth, and even the will of the myriad worlds, would not allow such a heaven-defying thing to exist. When Gu Fei had confirmed his Tao, his cultivation base had broken through to the eternal stage. At that time, heaven and earth had sensed it and sent down a heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, this was not just a heavenly tribulation from the chaos immortal mansion. It was a heavenly tribulation from the myriad worlds. The endless will of heaven and earth had transformed into a heavenly tribulation to descend upon a single person. This was an unimaginably terrifying heavenly tribulation. This was many times stronger than the countless heavenly tribulations that Gu Fei had experienced in the past. Gu Fei could sense it. He did not know if it was because he had to recultivate, but he could sense that his heavenly tribulation this time would be very terrifying. He was not afraid of it. However, he also needed to be prepared for it. Once the heavenly tribulation descended, the grand Tao golden lotus would immediately be destroyed. The grand Tao golden lotus was formed from various great Das. When the heavenly tribulation descended, the grand Tao golden lotus would probably fuse with the heavenly tribulation to increase its power. Gu Fei took advantage of the time when his martial body was transforming into an eternal martial body to conceal the secrets of heaven, allowing all the living beings who entered the chaos immortal abode to participate in this unprecedented trial to obtain a great opportunity to reach the extreme Tao. Those who obtained the grand Tao golden lotus would naturally form a karmic connection with Gu Fei. Regardless of whether they were willing to accept it or not, the fact that they could reach the extreme Tao in the future was because of this karmic connection. If he encountered Gu Fei's disciples in the future, even if he did not take care of them, he would not attack them. Of course, with Gu Fei around, who would dare attack his disciples? At that very moment, Gu Fei could not leave. Without him there, this place would likely become a playground for the top forces of Eternal World. In Eternal World, the divine sons and holy daughters of the top forces with eternal autarchs would all have clones of eternal autarchs within their souls. An incarnation left behind by an eternal prime could kill a quasi-supremacy with a snap of a finger. A quasi-supremacy wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Meanwhile, Gu Ling was fighting in all directions. He'd slaughtered his way from the eastern territory of the chaotic immortal manor to the western territory, and then from the western territory to the southern territory. Everywhere he went, no one was a match for him, be it the divine sons or divine daughters of Eternal World, or the quasi-supremes from the celestial plane, human plane, primordial world, and primogenitor world. None of them were a match for her. Clang! Just as Gu Ling was about to charge into the central region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a streak of sword light flew over and blocked her path. An extremely tyrannical aura gushed forth as a graceful figure appeared in the horizon. With a single step, she appeared in front of Gu Ling. "It's you." Gu Ling couldn't help but frown when she saw the newcomer. The newcomer smiled at Gu Ling and said, "The little girl from back then has actually grown to such a level. Gu Fei's family is truly heaven-defying." Eastern Sky Hegemon? Gu Ling stared at the newcomer, his battle blood boiling once more. This was definitely a good opponent. The Eastern Sky Hegemon, Dongfang Qing, was an ancestor-level existence in the eastern world of the human plane. According to legend, he was a descendant of the Eastern Emperor. He presided over the Dongfang family and rarely came out. However, this time, in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Gu Fei had achieved the Tao and the Great Tao Golden Lotus had descended from the heavens. Anyone who obtained it would be able to reach the extreme Tao. Even the Eastern Sky Hegemon couldn't help but come out of seclusion. Having reached the Eastern Sky Hegemon realm, he was well aware of the shackles his bloodline placed on him. He knew that only by severing the Eastern Emperor's bloodline could he reach the extreme Tao. Severing the Eastern Sky Hegemon's bloodline was something that not even an extreme supremacy could do. If he was not careful, he might suffer a backlash from the bloodline and lose his life. Refining a Great Tao Golden Lotus could sever the Eastern Emperor's bloodline. For the Eastern Sky Hegemon, this was a fatal attraction. "You also want the Great Tao Golden Lotus?" Gu Ling stared at the Eastern Sky Hegemon in front of her. "Little girl, you've already seized quite a few Great Tao Golden Lotuses. How about giving me one? How about I owe you a favor?" The Eastern Sky Hegemon laughed. "If you want the Great Tao Golden Lotus, fight with me. If you can defeat me, I'll give you two." Gu Ling didn't want anything now. She only wanted to fight. She could feel that the Great Tao Golden Lotus in her body had already been refined a little, which gave her great benefits. Right now, Gu Ling's martial body and spirit were both at their peak. The bloodline that belonged to Gu Fei in her body was already very faint. The Great Tao fragments that belonged to Gu Fei that were imprinted in the depths of her bloodline had also been refined a lot. After completely refining the Great Tao fragments that Gu Fei had passed on to Gu Ling would no longer be shackled. She would be able to make the final leap and become an extreme supremacy. Since the ancient times, countless cultivators from all over the universe had strived to become the most powerful existence, to look down on the universe and rule over everything. "AI, all right. Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't say that I'm bullying the weak." Seeing Gu Ling's strength, the Eastern Sky Hegemon was actually itching to fight. She had been in seclusion for so long, and her cultivation had also reached the peak of quasi-supremacy. If not for the shackles of the Eastern Sky Hegemon's bloodline, she would have long broken through to the extreme Tao. Gu Ling didn't speak any more nonsense. She directly punched at the Eastern Sky Hegemon in front of her. Endless divine fire exploded in front of her fist, sweeping in all directions. This was Gu Ling's fire element fist. At this moment, she was like a supreme fire god attacking. With a punch, it burned the sky and boiled the sea. Even the void was burned until it was distorted. Divine fire wasn't scary. What was scary was the great Tao of fire contained in the divine fire. Countless flame-shaped Tao patterns appeared in the Eastern Sky Hegemon's eyes. Every one of them was releasing a powerful great Tao of fire. If one was burned by this divine fire, even a quasi-supremacy would lose a layer of skin. This was a great Tao injury, and it wasn't that easy to heal. Buzz. The Eastern Sky Hegemon didn't dare to be negligent. She stretched out her right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. Swish. The Eastern Sky Hegemon's sword directly broke through the surging divine fire. Then, he attacked Gu Ling. The extremely swift and fierce sword Qi actually cut through the void. "Come at me," Gu Ling shouted. She directly smashed the Eastern Sky Hegemon's sword light with a punch. In an instant, she appeared beside the Eastern Sky Hegemon and punched at his ribs. Swish! The Eastern Sky Hegemon suddenly disappeared into the void like a phantom. Chapter 46:19. In the primal chaos immortal mansion world, Gu Ling was battling the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. This battle was extremely intense. Gu Ling's Sword of the Killer was up against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Sword of the Emperor. No one knew whether the Sword of the Killer was stronger or the Sword of the Emperor was stronger. What the hell is going on? When the old tortoise arrived, he saw that the sky was filled with extremely sharp sword chi, and two different forces of the way of the sword were mighty between heaven and earth. Hey, you two, stop fighting. The old turtle stomped his feet anxiously. Damn, I don't have much time. What are these two little girls doing? I said. Did you hear me? Stop. The old turtle used the divine sound of the great Tao. Shut up. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King said angrily. Damn, these young people don't know how to respect the old and love the young. The world's morals are degenerating day by day, the old turtle said bitterly. Take advantage of your seniority. I'll give you a sword. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King willed a sharp sword light to slash at the old turtle. Wherever the sword light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack. Hey, little girl, are you serious? The old turtle hurriedly used the Tai Huang seal to shatter the sword light. I said you guys want to fight? Give me a great Tao Golden Lotus first. How about that? The old turtle said loudly. Great Tao Golden Lotus? Who has a great Tao Golden Lotus? The old turtle's voice traveled very far. The nearby quasi-supreme beings rushed over from all directions, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, what awaited these quasi-supremes were streaks of sword lights that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. Regardless of whether it was the Sword of the Killer or the Sword of the Emperor, they weren't something that ordinary quasi-supremes could withstand. Swish! A sword light flashed, and a quasi-supreme martial artist, who had rushed over excitedly, was suddenly cleaved into two. Damn! This is a trap? Who said there was a great Tao Golden Lotus here? The people were all stunned. Sword lights flashed one after another, and people were constantly killed. Even quasi-supreme Tao treasures couldn't block these sword lights. Just now, this guy said there was a great Tao Golden Lotus here. A little monk with white teeth and red lips pointed at the old turtle. Fuck, little Baldy, are you trying to stir up trouble? When did I ever say that there was a great Tao Golden Lotus here? Old Tortoise felt wronged. He was truly fated with Buddhism, but unfortunately, it was an ill-fated fate. He definitely has the golden lotus of the great path. Everyone stared at old Tortoise. I don't have a grand Tao Golden Lotus. Don't be fooled by this little Baldy. Old Tortoise quickly clarified. However, how could those people believe it? They immediately swarmed forward. F***CK. Old Tortoise's hairs stood on end. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and fled. That was a group of hundreds of quasi-supremes. Even the number one son of Heavenly Son of Eternal World would have to flee. Of course, some ruthless people might go on a killing spree. No matter how many people you send, I will kill, kill, kill. However, even if it was Gu Ling who encountered such a situation, it would be impossible for him to escape unscathed. However, these people were a mob to begin with. Once they were afraid of being killed, they would naturally disperse. The old tortoise wasn't Gu Ling. Although its shell was hard, it couldn't withstand the attacks of dozens or even hundreds of quasi-supremes. Prepare to be torn apart. Little Baldy, just you wait. Old Tortoise was furious. First, there was Fanchio. Now, there was his disciple. Could it be that both master and disciple were his nemesis? Even a Baldy was unlucky. This guy ran away. He definitely has the golden lotus of the great path. Little Baldy added fuel to the fire. Not bad, not bad. Everyone's eyes turned red as they chased after Old Tortoise with all their might. Preposterous. Old Tortoise simply wanted to tear that little Baldy to pieces. This little guy was too despicable. He couldn't care less about asking Gu Ling for the golden lotus of the great path. Escaping was more important. His escape alarmed the entire immortal world of primal chaos. This scene was too spectacular. Countless rays of light were chasing after a single ray of light. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is that? He's so cool even when escaping. Someone said. It seems to be that ruffian demon lord from the heaven realm. Someone recognized Old Tortoise. What atrocious thing did that guy do? Why are there so many people after him? I heard that he has the golden lotus of the great path. Matt's golden lotus of the great path? Why didn't you say so earlier? Everyone could no longer remain calm. They directly joined the ranks of those chasing after Old Tortoise. The number of people chasing after Old Tortoise continued to grow. It was a spectacular scene. I already said that I don't have the golden lotus of the great path. Old Tortoise was chased all over the place. He lost his temper. Who is that? He's being chased so miserably. The Yunxiao siblings were also dumbfounded when they saw Old Tortoise and the army chasing after him. What exactly did this guy do to provoke the wrath of the heavens? Old Tortoise was chased from the eastern region to the western region, then from the western region to the southern region. In the end, he charged into the northern region, but he still couldn't shake off those people chasing after him. Qin Yao, Ziyang Emperor, and the others had long since snatched the golden lotus of the great path. No one knew where they were hiding to refine it. At this time, the golden lotus of the great path that descended from the 9 heavens had been snatched clean. One had to know that countless quasi-supreme beings had died in the previous battle. No matter how many golden lotus of the great path there were, it couldn't withstand the competition of countless quasi-supreme beings. However, there were still countless people roaming around the danger zones of the immortal mansion. Some people had seen some golden lotus of the great path fall into the danger zones. For the sake of the golden lotus of the great path, even quasi-supreme beings would go crazy. Many people risked their lives to enter the danger zones. There were even people who managed to obtain the golden lotus of the great path from the danger zones. However, the person who obtained the golden lotus of the great path was besieged and killed as soon as he emerged from the danger zone. One golden lotus of the great path led to a massacre. After a great battle, countless quasi-supreme beings died. In the end, the first devil son of the eternal devil sect obtained the golden lotus of the great path. The first devil son of the eternal devil sect was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. He directly fled back to the eternal world. It was too tragic. The entire immortal mansion world was covered in a rain of blood. It was as terrifying as a bloody purgatory. The corpses of quasi-supreme beings and shattered Tao treasures could be seen everywhere. The person who obtained the golden lotus of the great path became the public enemy of the entire world's quasi-supreme beings. Everyone wanted to obtain the golden lotus of the great path. Whoever obtained the golden lotus of the great path would suffer misfortune. Old Tortoise wasn't the first person to be hunted down. This kind of pursuit happened everywhere in the immortal mansion world. However, Old Tortoise felt wronged because he didn't have the golden lotus of the great path. Let me tell you, I'm Gu Fei's brother. Gu Fei, do you know who I am? I'm the one who summoned the golden lotus of the great path. He's my brother. Old Tortoise had no choice but to bring up Gu Fei. What? Those who were chasing after Old Tortoise were all shocked. This ruffian was actually Gu Fei's brother? The quasi-supreme beings of the heaven realm and human realm didn't actually join in the pursuit of Old Tortoise because they all knew his identity. Chasing after Gu Fei's brother in the immortal mansion world was akin to courting death. However, not many people from the primordial realm, ancestral realm, and eternal world knew about the relationship between Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Hence, they dared to chase after Old Tortoise. After Old Tortoise brought up Gu Fei, some quasi-supreme beings from the ancestral realm retreated, while the people from the primordial realm and eternal world continued to chase after Old Tortoise. Chapter 46:20. Old Tortoise was chased by countless people until he lost his temper. However, when he had nowhere else to go, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the 9th heaven. There was no other way. Brother, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Only you can save me. Old Tortoise had already been locked on by those who were chasing him. No matter where he ran, they would be able to find him. Boom! Old Tortoise broke through the first layer of the 9th heaven seal and rushed towards where Tongyu and Dijutian were. Haha, brothers, we meet again. Old Tortoise laughed. These two guys were real half-step eternal realm existences. In front of them, He was very humble. When it was time to be a coward, Old Tortoise would never act like a hero. Old scoundrel, do you think hiding in the ninth heaven is enough? Come out. Hand over the great path golden lotus, or I'll destroy your body and soul. You're the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, but you're a coward. You've lost all my face. Outside the seal, the quasi-supremes who were chasing after Old Tortoise kept ridiculing him. Hee hee, you bunch of trash talk. Come in if you can. Old Tortoise said proudly. In fact, if Old Tortoise could break through the first layer of the ninth heaven seal, so could those who were chasing him. However, they did not dare to do so because there were two terrifying figures inside the first layer of the seal. The aura coming from these two people was too shocking. Even though they were separated by a layer of the seal, the souls of those who were chasing Old Tortoise shook. What's going on? Everyone who was chasing Old Tortoise was shocked and did not dare to act recklessly. This seems to be, there was an expert from Eternal World who had come for the Tao of Arrays. Even he was only able to figure out a few things. What is it, Master Emo-chan? Outside the first layer of the ninth heaven seal, everyone looked anxiously at a white-haired old man. Master Emo-chan was an array master from the Eternal World. Array masters from the Eternal World could not be compared to array masters from other worlds. However, even he could see the depth of the seal. One could imagine how abnormal this seal was. Furthermore, this seal wasn't all that powerful. It was used to isolate one's aura. Furthermore, there was no need for one's cultivation to be suppressed within the seal. With that, anyone who entered would die. That's because Tong Yu and Di Jiotian were both half-step eternal existences. If existences like them wanted to kill quasi-supremes, it would only take a snap of their fingers. I don't believe it. One of the quasi-supreme cultivators who came to form Eternal World directly broke through the first layer of the nine heavens seal and charged in. However, in the next moment, the unlucky fellow suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. A powerful quasi-supreme was finished just like that. "Io, how miserable!" Old Tortoise gloated. Everyone outside the first layer of the seal of the nine heavens was stunned. Who would dare to break into the seal of the nine heavens? I don't believe that this turtle can hide its head forever. Someone called out. That's right. We'll stand guard here. The people outside the seal were certain that Old Tortoise had the Great Path Golden Lotus on him. They didn't want to miss it no matter what. Hee hee, brothers, why don't you do me a favor and chase away those flies outside? Old Tortoise said cautiously. Just now, even he didn't see clearly how the unlucky guy who broke into the first layer of the seal of the nine heavens died. Di Jiotian and Tong Yu exchanged glances. Di Jiotian said indifferently, "Why should we help you?" "Well, your master and I." Old Tortoise glanced at Di Jiotian, then his gaze fell on Tong Yu. "Your master is my brother." "You and my master are brothers, not us," Tong Yu said disdainfully. "That's easy. Brothers, why don't we become sworn brothers?" Old Tortoise's skin was thicker than the city walls. A puny quasi-supreme wanted to become sworn brothers with a half-step eternal existence? What a joke. Tong Yu and Di Jiotian chose to ignore Old Tortoise. Gu Fei's seal could conceal heaven's secrets. Inside the seal, Tong Yu and Di Jiotian's cultivation did not need to be sealed. In other words, inside the seal, Tong Yu and Di Jiotian were invincible. This was Gu Fei's place of seclusion. Tong Yu and Di Jiotian couldn't let those people outside enter. Old Tortoise's identity was a bit special. Tong Yu and Di Jiotian didn't dare to do anything to him. However, Old Tortoise was still chattering. Tong Yu and Di Jiotian directly entered the second layer of the seal and let him talk to the air outside. "Brothers, you really have character." Hee hee. When Old Tortoise saw the two leave, he immediately became nervous again. "Haha, you're dead." When the group outside the seal saw Tong Yu and Di Jiotian suddenly disappear, they were immediately surprised and happy. Bam! Some impatient people directly rushed in from outside the seal. More than a dozen quasi-supreme barged into the first layer of the seal and pressed towards Old Tortoise. This. Brothers, you can't play like this." Old Tortoise's voice was trembling. "Hee hee, no one can save you now." A black-robed, middle-aged man sneered. Daring to barge in here is simply courting death. Do you think that Gu Fei will just watch as his brother is killed by you? Old Tortoise was still as stubborn as before. The dozen Quasi-Supreme barged into the first layer of the seal and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Old Tortoise was unreliable, there was nothing wrong with his words. Would Gu Fei just watch as his brother was killed by someone else? Even a toddler would know that it was absolutely impossible. Impulsive. Among the dozen Quasi-Supreme barged out from the first layer of the seal. Although they wanted the great Tao Golden Lotus, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. However, there were still 11 Quasi-Supreme barbarians who didn't believe it. Without any suspense, a great battle erupted. This time, Old Tortoise was no longer a coward. He was incomparably heroic because he actually fought against 11 alone. Old Tortoise fought against 11 alone, which was one more than the strongest person in the universe. However, such a heroic act had a somewhat tragic ending. Old Tortoise was beaten up so badly by these people that his temper was gone. His entire body was covered in injuries, and some of his bones were even exposed. However, among the 11 Quasi-Supreme barbarians, 3 were killed by him, and the remaining ones were more or less injured. After all, Old Tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor. Once he went crazy, he would be very terrifying. Kill him. The remaining people attacked again. This time, Old Tortoise was directly sent flying. He kept coughing out blood, and who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Damn it, who did I offend? You bastards, I already said that I don't have the great Tao Golden Lotus on me. Old Tortoise was furious. Chapter 46:21. Inside the first seal of the chaotic immortal mansion world, the Old Tortoise went berserk and started fighting against the 11 Quasi-Supremes who were chasing after him. After a great battle, 3 Quasi-Supremes died in his hands. The Old Tortoise himself was seriously injured, and so were the people who were chasing after him. However, these people did not stop, which made the Old Tortoise extremely angry. Why didn't these people believe me? If I had the Great Path Golden Lotus, I would have hidden away and refined it a long time ago. The Old Tortoise went berserk again. He took out the Great Sovereign Seal and smashed one of the Quasi-Supremes to death. The remaining 7 Quasi-Supremes were extremely ferocious. 7 Quasi-Supremes attacked the Old Tortoise at the same time with their Quasi-Supreme Tao treasures. An elder in green even took out an Extreme Path Supreme decree. These people even used their Extreme Path power. Inside the seal, they could attack and use their Extreme Path power without worrying about triggering Gu Fei's super killing formation. Boom. The Old Tortoise was sent flying and coughed up blood. The 2 of you are still watching the show. Are you not going to attack? Are you really going to let these guys beat me to death? The Old Tortoise roared, his voice spreading far and wide. The Old Tortoise had long cursed Tong Yu and Di Jutian's ancestors in his heart. The Quasi-Supremes who were attacking the Old Tortoise were shocked when they heard the Old Tortoise's roar. They did not forget that there were 2 ridiculously powerful guys inside the seal. Sigh. A sigh was heard in the void. Then, the 7 Quasi-Supremes who dared to barge into the seal to kill the Old Tortoise suddenly exploded without any warning and turned into 7 clouds of blood mist. Even the Tao artifacts on their bodies shattered. Even the supreme decree of the extreme Tao supremacy also dissipated into the void. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped out all the threats in the world. When the people outside the seal saw this scene, they were quite frightened. Thankfully, they had managed to hold it in. Otherwise, if they had rashly barged into the seal, they would all have died inside. Sigh, what a waste. Those were 7 Quasi-Supremes. They definitely had a lot of treasures on them. But now, all the treasures were gone. Just as Tong Yu and Di Jiotian were making their moves, the battle between Gu Ling and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King had also reached its climax. Buzz. 2 powerful forces of the Way of the Sword intertwined, and from time to time, extremely sharp sword light rushed out, cutting through the void. Boom. With a deafening sound, an endless amount of sword chi exploded out as one pitch-black spatial crack after another appeared in the void. 2 figures rushed up into the sky and stood in the void, facing off against each other. There's no point in fighting anymore. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King looked at Gu Ling and said indifferently, "This little girl was simply too abnormal. She could actually fight to a draw with him." Again, Gu Ling did not care so much. She once again activated her mysterious art. This time, her entire body actually released an endless amount of sword light. Her entire body seemed to have transformed into a peerless heavenly sword. Swoosh! She became one with her sword and actually chopped towards the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. Preposterous! The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor could only retreat. He did not want to really fight to the death with Gu Ling. If he was not careful and injured Gu Ling, it would be terrible. In the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's opinion, fighting with Gu Ling was a business that would lose him money no matter what. Clang! The Eastern Sky Tyrant King used the Eastern Emperor sword in his hand to block the extremely sharp sword light that was chopping towards him. Using this force, he retreated at an extremely fast speed. "You want to leave?" Gu Ling's voice sounded in the void. At this moment, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's figure instantly disappeared in the void. He had directly escaped. "Little girl, let's play next time." The Eastern Sky Tyrant King's voice sounded in Gu Ling's heart. "Humph." Gu Ling sneered. That terrifying sword light that crisscrossed the heavens and earth disappeared, and her figure once again appeared in the void. It's time to go into seclusion. Gu Ling felt that the shackles of her cultivation were beginning to loosen. After going through a series of battles, the great Tao Golden Lotus that had fused into her body was about to be refined by her. She had to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the extreme grade. However, she had obtained more than one great Tao Golden Lotus. Wouldn't her seclusion be a waste of these great Tao Golden Lotuses? Uncle Old Tortoise. Gu Ling suddenly shot up into the sky and charged towards the 9th layer of heaven. "Oh my God, that killer is here." When Gu Ling approached the 9th layer of heaven, the people guarding outside the 1st layer of the seal immediately fell into chaos. That was an absolute killer that was even more ferocious than Gu Fei back then. Countless quasi-supremes fled in all directions. Only the gods and saintesses from the eternal world remained calm. Who would have thought that Gu Ling was not here to find trouble with the quasi-supremes who were chasing after Old Tortoise? Gu Ling charged into the 1st layer of the seal. "Greetings, little mistress." Tong Yu immediately appeared in front of Gu Ling's senior sister. Di Jotian also came out. He was Gu Fei's in-name disciple and had joined the sect relatively late. Even when he saw Gu Ling, he still had to call her senior sister. "Is little mistress here to look for master?" Tong Yu asked. "Nope." Gu Ling's eyes swept around and immediately landed on Old Tortoise in the distance. "Uncle Tortoise, what happened to you? Why are you in such a sorry state?" Gu Ling appeared in front of Old Tortoise in a flash. Sigh. Old Tortoise was depressed and wanted to cry. "My dear niece, you must remember the faces of those people outside. They were the ones who chased me to the heavens and into the depths of the earth. If you become an extreme supreme, you must take revenge for me." Old Tortoise said with snot and tears running down his face. When the people outside the seal heard Old Tortoise's words, their faces turned green. This was Gu Fei's daughter. If she really came to settle the score with them, they would be in big trouble. Tong Yu and Di Jutian exchanged glances. This old ruffian's ability to act pitiful was definitely top-notch. "I got it. This is the great Tao Golden Lotus. Keep it well." Gu Ling extended her right hand, and a golden lotus that emitted an endless aura of the great Tao appeared in her hand. Great Tao Golden Lotus? The eyes of those outside the seal turned red. Boom! Someone broke through the seal and charged in. He extended his hand and grabbed at the great Tao Golden Lotus in Gu Ling's hand. "You're courting death." Gu Ling slashed with her sword and directly split the person in half. The murderous sword chi even destroyed the person's primordial spirit. He was deader than dead. Tong Yu and Di Jotian wanted to help, but they did not expect Gu Ling to react so quickly. This Old Tortoise took the great Tao Golden Lotus, but his face was extremely bitter. "My dear niece, you're causing trouble. You're going to get your Uncle Tortoise killed." Previously, Old Tortoise only roared and was misunderstood to have the great Tao Golden Lotus. Then, He was chased by countless people and had no choice but to hide in the ninth heaven. Chapter 46:22. Gu Ling sensed that her cultivation level was about to break through, so she went to the ninth heaven where Old Tortoise was and gave him a great path golden lotus. However, Old Tortoise, who received the great path golden lotus, frowned. His niece had given him the great path golden lotus in front of everyone outside. This was a solid piece of evidence. Goodbye, Uncle Tortoise. Gu Ling didn't care anymore and left right away. Meanwhile, the hundreds of quasi-supremes outside the first seal of the ninth heaven were all envious when they saw the great path golden lotus in Old Tortoise's hands. That was a heaven-defying opportunity that could allow one to achieve the ultimate leap and become an extreme grade supremacy. Since ancient times, countless quasi-supremes had never been able to take that step in their entire lives. However, things were different with the great path golden lotus. As long as one could refine the great path golden lotus, the quasi-supremes would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the extreme grade and becoming an extreme grade supremacy. Moreover, the great path golden lotus could also allow second-generation extreme grade supremacies to sever their extreme grade bloodlines and undergo a brand new transformation. Second generations of the extreme path like Old Turtle inherited the bloodline of their extreme path fathers, which contain the extreme path great path fragments of their father's extreme path great path. Before breaking through to the extreme grade supremacy realm, the extreme grade great path fragments in their bodies would allow them to cultivate with twice the effort for half the result. This was their innate talent. However, once they reached the quasi-supremacy realm, the great path fragments from their fathers would become shackles that firmly suppressed their own great path. If they didn't refine the great path fragments from their fathers, they would never be able to become extreme grade supremacies. However, the great path golden lotus could refine all great path fragments and give Old Tortoise a new life so that he could have a chance to break through to the extreme grade realm. Everyone outside was like starving beasts staring at a fat piece of meat. They wanted nothing more than to devour Old Tortoise. However, with Tong Yu and Di Jotian inside the seal, no matter how much they wanted to obtain the great path golden lotus, they wouldn't dare to barge into the seal. After all, if those two wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as snapping their fingers. Hee, brothers. I'll wait here for my brother to come out of seclusion. Old Tortoise refused to leave. He didn't dare to leave at this time. Whatever. After saying that, Tong Yu disappeared. The seal of the nine heavens wasn't just limited to the first layer. There were a total of 9 layers. He directly entered the second layer of the seal. Out of sight, out of mind. Hey, don't go. When the old turtle saw Tong Yu leave, he couldn't help but be shocked. If even Di Jotian left, then the people outside would definitely rush in and tear him to pieces. Swoosh. The old tortoise opened its mouth and swallowed the great path golden lotus in one gulp. This guy. The people outside almost went crazy when they saw this. The old tortoise was very straightforward. He sat cross-legged in the void and activated his arcane art to refine the great path golden lotus. Preposterous. The people outside were going crazy. This guy was refining the great path golden lotus right in front of them, and they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, Di Jotian had no intention of leaving. In fact, Di Jotian was really afraid that Old Tortoise would be killed by those people outside. After all, Old Tortoise and his master were brothers who had been through life and death together. If Old Tortoise was killed in his territory, would Gu Fei let it go? He actually wants me to protect this old ruffian. Sigh. Di Jotian shook his head helplessly. Gu Ling left the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. She was wearing Gu Fei's sky blue immortal golden battle robe, which was an eternal gray Dao treasure. As long as it wasn't a supreme existence in the eternal realm, no one could hurt her. Where should I go to undergo the tribulation? Gu Ling walked out of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world and pondered where to go to undergo the tribulation. Greetings, little master. At that moment, 3 figures rushed over from afar and knelt in front of Gu Ling. It's you guys? Gu Ling immediately had an idea when she saw the newcomers. Get up, Gu Ling said. Yes, little master. The newcomers stood up. They were Star Beast Sovereign, Shooting Sun Supreme, and Black Wind Supreme. The three of them had been bored to death out there. Not long ago, they had battled some old-timers from another world, and had even killed one of them. To the ancestral realm, Guling said. Yes. The Star Beast Venerable immediately took out a formation platform. The moment the formation platform flew out of the Beast Venerable's hand, it rapidly expanded. Soon, the formation platform floated in the void like a huge mountain. The entire formation platform exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura. It was a super formation platform that could teleport across realms. Little master, please. Star Beast Sovereign didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that his master was about to succeed and would once again rule the ancestral realm. When that time came, no one would be his opponent. Guling and the others boarded the formation platform and activated it. In the next moment, countless Tao patterns surged out of the formation platform. A ball of divine light instantly enveloped the entire formation platform. Then, the ball of divine light soared into the sky, broke through the void, and disappeared in an instant. Those guys are finally gone. After Guling and the others left, powerful figures appeared in the surroundings one after another. In this age of prosperity, the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm could freely travel between the grand beginning realm and the heaven realm. Of course, this was only possible if one could afford the price to cross realms. One had to know that the energy required to activate the Transrealm Super Array platform was extremely strong, and it consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Guling went to the ancestral realm, while Yin went to the grand beginning realm. At this time, a white-robed woman sat cross-legged on a mountain peak in the ancestral origin mountain range. In front of her was a large cauldron, and a divine sword was stabbed into the ground next to it. It looked like an ordinary longsword. Rumble. High up in the sky, the great Tao rumbled. Endless tribulation clouds gathered above the mountain peak. Soon, the day turned into night. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds. A terrifying aura of destruction spread in all directions. At this moment, powerful consciousnesses rushed out from all over the primal beginning realm and swept towards the ancestral Yuan mountain range. However, when their consciousnesses approached the peak of the ancestral Yuan mountain range, their consciousnesses were destroyed. Roar. Some old antiques let out terrifying roars. Some old antiques' glabella split open and blood seeped out. What's going on? There's actually a force enveloping that area. Even our consciousnesses were blocked? Someone exclaimed. It's time. Come. Chapter 46:23. With Yin-Er's talent, it would have been very difficult for her to take the step to the extreme Tao. However, after so many years, she had experienced many things, especially the time when she and Gu Fei became mortals and lived their entire lives as mortals. This experience had given her an epiphany and allowed her to break through the shackles of cultivation, laying a solid foundation for taking this step today. A mortal's lifespan was only a few decades. In the eyes of immortals and gods, it was nothing more than a snap of the fingers. However, a moment of brilliance could last forever. In the decades that Yin-Er had been immortal, she had experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. She had even given birth to a daughter, Guling. It could be said that she had experienced everything that mortals had to go through. The secular world refines one's heart. Comprehension is comprehension. For Yin-Er to be able to achieve what she had today, those short decades of experience were absolutely indispensable. At this time, the heavenly tribulation had already taken shape. Endless tribulation clouds enveloped the entire ancestral Yuan mountains of the primordial world. Countless living beings were terrified by the heavenly tribulation. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ancestral Yuan mountains. A silver wolf rushed out from the depths of the mountains, its terrifying aura at the extreme Tao level spreading in all directions. Little girl, you dare undergo the heavenly tribulation in the ancestral Yuan mountains? You're courting death. The extreme Tao level sky wolf swiped its claws at Yin-Er on the mountaintop, tearing through the void. The wolf's goal was simple, to kill Yin-Er. The heavenly tribulation would naturally dissipate once it lost its target. Oomph! Yin didn't even look at the wolf. She only looked up at the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Endless tribulation clouds rolled, and one after another, destructive lightning bolts appeared. She could feel a destructive power that could threaten her life, condensing and growing rapidly. Just as the gigantic wolf claws were about to smash down on the mountain, the ordinary-looking sword stuck in the ground next to Yin seemed to light up. Then, there was no then. The gigantic wolf claws dissipated in the void. Even the extreme Tao heavenly wolf was suddenly split in half. The mountainous corpse fell from the sky and smashed into several mountains below. The blood that flowed out from the corpse instantly turned the surrounding area into a sea of blood. This was the blood of an extreme Tao creature, and it contained extreme Tao-level vital energy. It wasn't something that just anyone could endure. Countless living beings that came into contact with the extreme Tao's blood instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even the flowers and trees crumbled into dust, completely disappearing. What's going on? Overflowing bloody light illuminated the heavens, and the great Tao was lamenting. A rain of blood actually fell from the sky, and the heavens and the earth grieved together. The wolf in the Zuyuan mountain range has fallen? How is that possible? I heard the wolf's voice just now. Many powerful figures came from outside the ancestral Essence Mountains. They were all alarmed by the appearance of the extreme path heavenly tribulation and had no choice but to come and investigate. At this time, a monstrous blood wolf rushed out from the mountain, devouring everything in its path. Countless wild beasts escaped from the ancestral Yuan Mountains, but most of them were directly devoured by the blood wolves behind them. Is the guy who killed Sirius crazy? Don't you know the consequences of letting the extreme Tao blood scatter in the world? Some of the older Supreme Venerables were very displeased. If you still have the time to squabble here, you might as well get rid of these blood of the extreme Tao. Someone mocked. The blood of the extreme Tao was useless to the pride of the extreme Tao. Even refining the blood of the extreme Tao would increase one's cultivation, but it was very useful to living beings below the extreme Tao. The extreme Tao source extracted from the blood of the extreme Tao could be used to refine heaven-defying divine pills of the extreme Tao. The older Supreme Venerables sneered and was about to collect the blood of the extreme Tao that gushed out from the mountain. However, at this time, the endless blood of the extreme Tao that swept out from the mountain actually flowed back. Soon, the blood of the extreme Tao within 1,000,000 miles quickly disappeared, and an endless stream of it gathered towards the mountain peak where Yin was. There was a huge cauldron on the mountain peak. Endless blood of the extreme Tao gathered from all directions and was devoured by the huge cauldron. Yin was Pill Cauldron Gate's passion, so she naturally wouldn't waste this kind of extreme Tao alchemy material. Soon, all the blood of the extreme Tao Skywolf was absorbed into Yin-Er's myriad medicine cauldron. Yin-Er's myriad medicine cauldron could not contain the blood of the extreme Tao, but with Gu Fei's 9 heavenly star sword suppressing the blood of the extreme Tao, the myriad medicine cauldron could contain it. The Supreme Venerables outside were extremely depressed when they saw this scene. However, they didn't dare to attack Yin-Er. One must know that the extreme Tao Skywolf that attacked just now had fallen in the mountain, and that was an existence of the extreme Tao. Existences that could cultivate to the extreme Tao realm had lived for countless years, and they were extremely shrewd. They didn't want to die without knowing why. Rumble. An incomparably shocking thunder rumbled in the sky, and the destructive aura multiplied. The heavenly tribulation was about to begin. The people outside the mountain, who were watching the show, quickly retreated. This was the heavenly tribulation of the extreme Tao. Even true Supreme Venerables wouldn't be willing to be affected by this level of heavenly tribulation. One must know that being affected by the heavenly tribulation would be very dangerous. Although the people outside the mountain were all Supreme Venerables, it didn't mean that they had nothing to fear. Come on. Yin-Er sat cross-legged on the ancient cauldron. She was going to undergo the heavenly tribulation with her cauldron, and the Myriad Medicine Universe cauldron was also going to upgrade. Boom. As if responding to Yin-Er, a huge lightning bolt directly bombarded Yin-Er from the heavenly tribulation clouds. In just a flash, the mountain below Yin-Er was directly turned into dust, directly wiped off the ground by the lightning bolt. The heavenly tribulation directly bombarded Yin-Er, but she was unharmed. This was just the most ordinary heavenly tribulation. If she couldn't even withstand the most ordinary heavenly tribulation, Yin-Er wouldn't have triggered the heavenly tribulation of the extreme Tao. Soon, the endless light of the heavenly tribulation completely drowned Yin-Er and the huge cauldron. The extreme Tao heavenly tribulation finally began. An ordinary-looking longsword floated in the void nearby. No matter how the heavenly tribulation raged, it couldn't damage the longsword at all. Just as Yin-Er was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei's eternal martial constitution finally reached the phenomenal success stage. His blood, muscles, bones, and even his hair had been completely renewed. He directly sealed his cultivation, because once he revealed his eternal aura, the heavenly tribulation would descend. It's time to go out and meet those friends. Gu Fei stood up, took a step, and directly disappeared from the place where he cultivated in seclusion. The next moment, he directly appeared in the first layer of the ninth heaven seal. He immediately saw the old tortoise sitting cross-legged at the side, refining the great path golden lotus with all his might. It's Gu Fei. Chapter 46-24. Gu Fei's ferocious reputation was well known. The moment he appeared, more than half of the hundreds of quasi-sovereigns guarding the first layer of the seal immediately ran away. It should be known that among the hundreds of quasi-supremes guarding the old turtle outside the first seal, many of them were from the primordial world and the ancestral world. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. In the past, Gu Fei had slaughtered everyone in the primogenitor realm. Who knew how many supreme supremacies had died in his hands? Even supremacies weren't his match. In the end, Gu Fei killed the first demon ancestor in the ancestral world. The primogenitor, the first devil, was a true eternal level devil, and yet, Yang Qi had forced him to sacrifice his life to open the cycle of reincarnation, forcing him into it. That battle alarmed all living beings in the ancestral world. After that battle, countless living beings in the ancestral world remembered a person's name. That person's name was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's battle completely changed the situation in the ancestral world. The ancestral demons began to decline, and other forces began to rise. Without the first demon ancestor, the ancestral demons were almost killed by the other forces. They had no choice but to retreat into the ancestral demon domain, not daring to come out. However, the quasi-supremes from the eternal world had never heard of Gu Fei. The ignorant had no fear. These people naturally did not fear Gu Fei. Greetings, Master. At this time, when Di Jutian saw Gu Fei suddenly appear in the first seal, he immediately came over to greet him. Greetings, Master. Tong Yu also hurriedly appeared in the first seal, and then knelt in front of Gu Fei. When the quasi-supremes outside the seal saw this scene, their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Who was this person? Two half-step eternal existences actually knelt in front of this person. That was a half-step eternal realm existence. Master? Master? After hearing Tong Yu and Di Jotian's words, the quasi-sovereigns outside the first layer of the seal were shocked to the extreme. Watch him for me. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise before disappearing into the void. No one could see how Gu Fei left. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Tong Yu and Di Jotian hurriedly received the order. This way, those people outside the seal would have no chance at all, unless they could invite an eternal exalt over. However, an eternal exalt wasn't that easy to invite. Those who could become eternal paragons were all supreme existences of their sections. They would stay in their sects and wouldn't move out easily. At this time, there was news that someone had obtained a great Tao Golden Lotus in a dangerous place in the primal chaos immortal world. As a result, the people outside the first layer of the seal couldn't sit still anymore. They left one after another. They wanted to charge into the danger zone and fight for that minuscule sliver of opportunity. One must know that that was a danger zone, not some sort of paradise. One would have to pay a price to barge into a danger zone, and that price would usually be one's life. Since someone had succeeded, they might as well give it a try. It was too unrealistic to stop Old Tortoise here. After all, there were two half-step eternal exalts guarding the place. In an instant, The quasi-supremes above the 9 heavens had all left. At this time, Gu Fei's figure appeared outside the primal chaos immortal world. He pondered for a moment, then took a step forward and disappeared into the void once again. Soon, his figure appeared outside the ancestral origin mountains of the primal beginning world. He looked up and saw that in the sky above the ancestral origin mountains, endless lightning had engulfed Yin-Er, and terrifying destructive power filled the world. One after another, tribulation lightning exploded around Yin-Er. It was 5-colored tribulation lightning, the 5 elements tribulation lightning. She actually attracted the 5 elements thunder tribulation. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. The 5 elements thunder tribulation was one of the strongest thunder tribulations, but Yin-Er's current state seemed to be quite good. What level of heavenly tribulation is this? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then stretched out his right hand. A supreme immediately flew towards him involuntarily and was grabbed by the neck. Without hesitation, he directly read this guy's memory. Although this guy was an extreme supreme, in Gu Fei's eyes, he was just an ant. Scram! Gu Fei waved his hand, and the supreme flew away without a trace. Is this the 5th level of heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei was a little surprised. There were 9 levels of extreme path, heavenly tribulation. If Yin-Er wanted to become a true supreme, she naturally had to go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the surrounding extreme grade supremes who were watching Yin-Er's tribulation were scared out of their wits by Gu Fei. He could easily capture a supremacy and casually throw an extreme grade supremacy out of sight. Such a cultivation was simply terrifying. Rumble. Endless 5-colored tribulation lightning raged. Yin-Er was already sitting cross-legged in the void, and an ancient cauldron floated above her head. This ancient cauldron also began to emit the aura of the extreme path. However, the nearby 9 heavenly stars sword did not move at all. When Gu Fei appeared, the eternal divine sword immediately vibrated and flew towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed the eternal divine sword. Old friend, Gu Fei touched the body of the sword, feeling the spiritual waves coming from the eternal divine sword. He could not help but feel a little emotional. This sword had accompanied him for almost his entire life, and it had also witnessed all of his growth. Continue to guard here. As he spoke, Gu Fei threw the sword out. The divine sword was somewhat unwilling, but Gu Fei did not care that much. He disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already back in the mortal realm. With a thought, Gu Fei's spiritual will instantly enveloped the entire world. Be it his enemies or friends, he could instantly sense where they were. Gu Fei suddenly pointed to the west, and a beam of divine light directly traversed the endless void and pierced through a mountain. The next moment, the entire mountain exploded, and a powerful existence rushed out while screaming. However, it only took an instant for that existence to turn into ashes. The remnants of the primordial era have hidden themselves very well. Gu Fei consecutively destroyed several of the remnants of the primordial era in the mortal realm. After doing all this, Gu Fei waved his hand, and a figure appeared in front of him. This person was Li Lingfeng, the former eldest disciple of the Taishan sect, Li Lingfeng. With Gu Fei's current level of cultivation, he could easily use his great mystiques to capture people in every corner of this world and bring them to him. Junior brother? Li Lingfeng was extremely excited as soon as he saw Gu Fei. Senior brother. Gu Fei nodded, then immediately took out a great path golden lotus and inserted it into Li Lingfeng's body. Junior brother. What is this? Li Lingfeng was startled. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. You must cultivate well. You have the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect. Chapter 46-25. Li Lingfeng was the eldest disciple of the Taishan sect. Back then, when the Taishan sect was destroyed, only a limited number of people managed to escape. Gu Fei was supposed to repay this debt with blood. However, the Dongfang family was still around. If Jiang Renhuang had not intervened, Gu Fei and the Dongfang family would not have stopped fighting. Of course, the main culprit had already been killed by Gu Fei. He was not a bloodthirsty person, so he did not have to destroy the Dongfang family. Back then, Donghuang had also made great contributions to the entire human race. At that moment, under the influence of Gu Fei's eternal power, the golden lotus of the great path in Li Lingfeng's body gradually melted. Li Lingfeng's physical body was undergoing a shocking change. His flesh and bones were melting, and in the end, he turned into a pool of blood. Countless patterns of the way appeared and intertwined in the pool of blood, and a speck of soul light flickered in the blood. At that moment, Li Lingfeng also knew what Gu Fei was going to do. However, to Li Lingfeng's disbelief, although his entire body had turned into a pool of blood, he did not feel any pain at all. At that moment, he actually felt very comfortable and relaxed, as if his entire spirit was soaking in warm water. At that moment, he felt that his great path was constantly being replenished by an unknown power. All the bottlenecks he had encountered in the past were being broken through one by one. His great path was transforming towards the perfect realm. The perfect great path was the extreme great path. Could it be that his junior's level of cultivation had reached the level where he could directly break through to the extreme great path? It was no wonder that Li Lingfeng would think that way. After all, he could clearly feel that his great path was transforming towards the perfect realm. However, in reality, Li Lingfeng was thinking too much. It was impossible for anyone else to raise a perspective supreme being to the extreme great path. If he wanted to reach the extreme great path, he could only rely on himself. The golden lotus of the great path could only greatly increase Li Lingfeng's chances of breaking through to the extreme great path. Very soon, the pool of blood gradually turned into a human shape. His flesh and bones were being reconstructed, and his meridians shone densely like lightning in the blood light. Reconstruct the physical body. Gu Fei bellowed, and endless blood-colored light converged towards the figure like a tidal wave. Li Lingfeng then appeared in the sky once again. Roar! Li Lingfeng threw his head back and let out a long roar. At this moment, he was filled with power. It was as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a single punch. Peak quasi-supremacy, haha. Li Lingfeng laughed out loud. An hour ago, his cultivation was still at the early stage of the quasi-supremacy stage. Unexpectedly, in just an hour, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the quasi-supremacy stage. This was simply too unbelievable. Junior brother? You! Li Lingfeng was so excited that he was almost speechless. Gu Fei was actually able to make someone into a quasi-supremacy? If that was really the case, wouldn't it be easy to revive the Taishan sect if he asked his junior brother to make hundreds of quasi-supreme beings? Impossible. Gu Fei shook his head. What? Junior brother? You know what I'm going to say? Li Lingfeng was shocked. It's impossible to create a quasi-supreme being. It's still possible to create a sage. However, forcefully increasing one's cultivation would be a huge problem. It would be impossible for one to advance even an inch in their entire lifetime. Gu Fei said. This? Li Lingfeng was stunned when he heard this. It was a big problem for one's cultivation to advance even an inch in their lifetime. In this world where sages were as many as dogs and great sages were everywhere, sages were really nothing. It should be known that the divine sons and saintesses of the eternal world were all quasi-supremacy stage fellows. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation recovered to the eternal realm, it was impossible to create a quasi-supremacy stage. It should be known that to take that step, one could only rely on himself. One's own Tao could only be created by oneself, and only after walking out of it could Gu Fei help him perfect his Tao. Therefore, in essence, if Li Lingfeng did not become a quasi-supreme being, it would be impossible for Gu Fei to help him perfect his Tao. Junior brother, would you like to sit at my place? Li Lingfeng said. Okay. Gu Fei nodded. The next moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the two disappeared into the void in an instant. Li Lingfeng only felt his vision go black, and then it was bright again. He had returned to the eastern domain of the human realm, back to the mountain gate of the Taishan sect. This method, Li Lingfeng could not help but be shocked. His junior brother was amazing. Even if he was at the peak of quasi-supreme being, it was impossible for him to return to the mountain gate with just a teleportation. Taishan sect? Gu Fei looked at the three big characters on the mountain gate and could not help but sigh. He remembered the scene when he was studying in the Taishan sect. At that time, he was a small figure who was regarded as a waste by his peers. Fortunately, he found a yin-yang jade pendant at the bottom of the icy azure pool, and his luck changed. His cultivation improved greatly, and he embarked on the path of the strong. Gu Fei could not help but admire Li Lingfeng. Not only did he rebuild the Taishan sect, but he also ran the Taishan sect well. There were more than a dozen sages in the sect. Together with Li Lingfeng, a quasi-supreme being, the Taishan sect was not a small force. Of course, compared to the Zhao family of the primordial clan and the Dongfang family, the current Taishan sect was still not enough. However, those super forces did not dare to attack the Taishan sect easily. It should be known that Li Lingfeng was Gu Fei's eldest senior brother. The Zhao family of the primordial clan had finally resolved their hatred with Gu Fei, so how could they dare to offend Gu Fei? And because of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, the Dongfang family did not dare to do anything to Li Lingfeng. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had issued a death order. Whoever dared to offend Gu Fei would be expelled from the Dongfang family. Moreover, Gu Fei also had power in the Eastern Domain. In Wanxiang City, there was the Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang. Demons also appeared in the Eastern Domain. Junior brother, please. Li Lingfeng led the way and directly invited Gu Fei into the Taishan Hall of the Taishan sect. Master, the dozen or so experts in the hall hurriedly bowed to Li Lingfeng. Then, Li Lingfeng sat down on the throne in the middle of the hall. Junior brother, please sit, Li Lingfeng said to Gu Fei. Yes. Gu Fei sat in the lower seat. Who are you? That seat is not for you. Get up. As soon as Gu Fei sat down, a white-haired old man shouted at him. Gu Fei glanced at the man and smiled. This guy was only at the early stage of the sage realm. In front of him, he was just an ant. That's right. This is Boss Lu's seat. Young man, you should get lost. Someone said impatiently. Get lost. Boss Lu is here. Someone said anxiously. Haha, is the master back? At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the hall. Then, the door darkened, and a man strode in. Boss Lu was here. Chapter 46-26. The current Supreme Mystery Sect was no longer the Supreme Mystery Sect of the past. In the entire Supreme Mystery Sect, there was only one Supreme Mystery Sect disciple from the past, and that person was Li Lingfeng. Rebuilding the Supreme Profound Sect was Li Lingfeng's lifelong wish, and now, his long-cherished wish had been fulfilled. The Taishan sect had been rebuilt, and he, Li Lingfeng, was about to break through to the extreme law realm. At that time, the Taishan sect, with an extreme law sovereign at its helm, would be even more powerful. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, apart from Li Lingfeng, who was at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, there was another guy who was about to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. That person was the number 2 figure of the Taishan sect, Lu Wei, Boss Lu. Boss Lu was at the peak of the holy venerable level. In the Taishan sect, his prestige was second only to Li Lingfeng. All the saint-level elders obeyed him. Sometimes, even Li Lingfeng had to give him some leeway. Lu Wei was very domineering. As soon as he arrived, he cupped his hands towards Li Lingfeng, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, as a form of greeting. In the Taishan sect, only he dared to be so arrogant in front of Li Lingfeng, the clan leader. Vice sect leader Li Lingfeng was just about to introduce Gu Fei to Lu Wei, but when Lu Wei came in, he already saw Gu Fei sitting in his seat. Brat, who are you? Hurry up and scram. Lu Wei shouted at Gu Fei. A middle-aged saint with white hair laughed coldly and said, That's right. Doesn't that kid know whose seat he's sitting on? Is it a seat he can just sit on? In the entire Supreme Mystery Sect, only Boss Lu is qualified to sit in this position. The group of saint-level experts looked at Gu Fei with scorn and disdain. In their opinion, this black-clothed youth really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment he arrived, he took Boss Lu's seat. If he angered Boss Lu, the consequences would be dire. Vice sect leader Lu. On the other hand, Li Lingfeng's expression turned somewhat ugly. This Lu Wei was simply too presumptuous. He actually dared to interrupt him. Sect master. Only now did Lu Wei notice that Li Lingfeng's tone was a little different from usual. This is my junior brother. Don't be rude, Li Lingfeng said in a deep voice. Junior brother? Sect leader's junior brother? The dozen or so saint-level experts in the hall were all shocked. But this junior brother of the sect master didn't seem to have much of a cultivation base. He wasn't even a saint. In this world, even saints were ants. The sect master's junior brother was not even a saint, yet he dared to sit on Boss Lu's seat. He was simply trying to stir up trouble. Could it be that the sect master actually wants his junior brother, who is not even a saint, to be the deputy sect master of our Taishan sect? If that was the case, everyone in the sect would not accept it. The Supreme Mystery Sect did not belong to Li Lingfeng alone. Sect master, although he is your junior brother, please ask him to scram. Lu Wei did not give in at all. Cultivation and battle prowess were the way to go. A guy who wasn't even a sage, even if he was the sect master's junior brother, he was still an ant. Gu Fei did not reveal his cultivation level. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation level to below that of a saint. He watched the scene with interest and did not say anything. In the face of these people's mockery and ridicule, Gu Fei was still calm and collected. Hurry up and scram, boy. Do you want Boss Lu to ask you to scram? Little guy, be tactful. The saints in the main hall mocked. Outrageous. Do you know who he is? Li Lingfeng really could not take it anymore. Who could he be? Boss Lu said disdainfully. Yeah, who is this person? Could he be a supreme being? Haha, this is really funny. If he is a supreme being, then I am a supreme being. Haha, the saints in the hall roared with laughter. How dare you? Li Lingfeng roared. Sect master. The saints in the main hall could not help but be shocked when they saw Li Lingfeng's anger. They all looked at Li Lingfeng on the throne in a panic. Sect master, please calm down. Even though this little fellow is your junior brother, this world is all about strength. He's not even a saint. He's just an ant. Don't tell me you're going to ruin the harmony because of an ant? Boss Lu said disapprovingly. You're talking to me about strength? Li Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. If these people knew who his junior brother was, would they still dare to be so presumptuous? This is the truth. Boss Lu said indifferently. He is Gu Fei. Li Lingfeng said coldly. Gu Fei, that Gu Fei. What? He is Gu Fei. The saints who came to their senses looked at the black-robed young man who sat calmly on the throne as if they were looking at a monster. Plop. Almost all the saints in the main hall knelt directly. Senior Gu, Master Gu, Ancestor Gu, we didn't know it was you. One of the saints could not even speak properly. Everyone was terrified to the extreme, afraid that Gu Fei would kill them in a fit of anger. One must know that Gu Fei was a peerless villain, and the cultivation world was full of legends about him. He had flattened the land of extinction, destroyed the immortal orthodoxy, killed a supreme, and defeated all the experts in the world. All of these were enough to make everyone look up to him. They should have thought of this long ago. Everyone in the main hall was filled with regret. It was not that they did not know that the clan master had an impressive junior brother, but when they saw that Gu Fei's cultivation was below the sage level, they had already thought that he was just another junior brother of the clan master. One must know that Gu Fei was a peerless villain. Why would he appear here? However, no one would have thought that Gu Fei was a young man in black. You are Gu Fei? Boss Lu's expression changed drastically, and his voice began to tremble. That's right, Gu Fei said calmly. Gritting his teeth. Eldest brother Lu also knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Just now, you were talking big, talking about strength and ants. How impressive. Gu Fei said. Senior Gu, please spare me. Cold sweat broke out on Boss Lu's forehead. I should be the one asking you to spare me. I am just an ant. You are a saint. You can kill me with one finger. Gu Fei shook his head. Boss Lu's face turned green. He lay on the ground trembling in extreme fear. The others almost peed their pants. Eldest senior brother, your Taishan sect is too lenient, Gu Fei said. Junior brother, I am cultivating and building a sect at the same time. My ability is limited. Why don't you help me? Li Lingfeng took the opportunity to express his thoughts. If they had Gu Fei's help, the Taishan sect would definitely rise in a short time. You should work hard on your own, Gu Fei smiled. You bastards, don't embarrass me here. Get out of here. Li Lingfeng shouted at the guys lying on the ground. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 46:27. I've made a fool of myself. Li Lingfeng was a little embarrassed. His subordinates were too presumptuous and had embarrassed him too much. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Eldest senior brother, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Rewards and punishments must be clear. This is the only way to revitalize the Taishan sect. You're right, junior brother. Li Lingfeng nodded. He was really too lenient with Boss Lu and the others. He was so lenient to the extent that they were arrogant. It seemed that they needed to be reorganized. Well, eldest senior brother, then I'll take my leave. Gu Fei did not want to interfere in the affairs of the Taishan sect. Junior brother, are you leaving just like that? Li Lingfeng was taken aback. He very much hoped that Gu Fei would stay and help him, but he also knew that this was unrealistic. The current junior brother was not the junior brother of the past. He could not see the depth of Gu Fei, but he knew that Gu Fei was now at least an extreme supreme existence. Yes, it's been too long since I've walked around. It's time to see those old friends. Gu Fei was a little emotional. Time was merciless. There were probably not many of those people who could live to this day. When he had just made his debut, he had competed with the talents of the southern wasteland. He did not know how Azure Dragon, Gui Tong, Feng Shiwu, Zhu Keier, and the others were now. Time was merciless. Some people were destined to be annihilated in the years, but some people were courageous, cutting their way forward. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, as long as that person's life imprint had not completely dissipated, he could resurrect them. Junior brother, you. Li Lingfeng wanted to say something more, but Gu Fei had already disappeared. If there's anything, you can crush this talisman. Gu Fei's voice came, and then a talisman floated down from the void. This. Li Lingfeng caught the talisman, feeling a little complicated. The news of Gu Fei's arrival at the Taishan sect quickly spread, and the entire Eastern cultivation world was shocked. The head of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity came directly to the Taishan sect and asked to see Gu Fei. The master of the Dongfang family had also arrived. The two superpowers of the eastern domain of the human world did not dare to be negligent. This was especially true for the Dongfang family. They were afraid that Gu Fei would come to seek revenge, so they could only express their goodwill to Gu Fei first. Their attitude was very humble. The leaders of the other small powers in the eastern domain flocked over, wanting to pay their respects to Gu Fei. In an instant, the supreme profound sect was bustling with noise and excitement. However, no one could have imagined that Gu Fei had already left the supreme mystery sect and was now in Wanxiang City. Greetings, master. In the main hall of Wanxiang City's city lord residence, Gu Fei sat on the throne in the middle and was receiving the greetings of the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. They were all incomparably excited that Gu Fei could return. One must know that the outside world was filled with Gu Fei's legends. Recently, no one dared to cause trouble in Wanxiang City. In the past, the demons would come to harass them from time to time and even attack Wanxiang City. But now, even demons rarely appeared in the entire eastern region. Rise. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Yes, master. The Iron Blood Taoist and the others hurriedly stood up. Master, you're back this time. The Iron Blood Taoist said carefully. The feeling that Gu Fei gave him was still unfathomable. You guys can do whatever you need to do. I'm just taking a walk in this human world and looking around. That's all, Gu Fei said indifferently. The experts in the main hall could not help but feel a little confused. What was going on? Master only came back to take a look. What the hell was going on? This was very different from what the Iron Blood Taoist had imagined. They were still looking forward to Gu Fei leading them out of Wanxiang City and conquering the entire human world. But now, it seemed that Master had no intention of dominating the human world. What's going on? The Iron Blood Taoist and the others were baffled. They never imagined that Gu Fei was no longer the Gu Fei of the past. His eyes were no longer on the human world, but the eternal world. That was his stage. And demons. With just a thought, Gu Fei's divine sense instantly enveloped the entire eastern region of the human world. Be it the ancestral land of the primordial Zhao family or the ancestral land of the eastern world, they were all under his perception. These two places were shrouded in layers of formations with countless interweaving runes. Powerful auras had nowhere to hide under Gu Fei's perception. And in a seemingly desolate place in the eastern region, there was actually a mysterious entrance. Are they all hiding in the small world? Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the iron-blood Taoist and the others, he disappeared into the void. Master, the iron-blood Taoist and the others did not know what to do after Gu Fei left. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared outside the hidden entrance of the small world. Human race? Die. A sneer came from the side. Then, the void shattered and a figure walked out from the void, slapping at Gu Fei. A violent demonic power burst out, causing the void to tremble. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was actually a demon lord. A demon lord guarding the entrance. It seemed that this small world was quite something. Bam! The demon lord's palm was blocked by an invisible force when it was 1 foot away from Gu Fei. Who are you? The demon lord was shocked and quickly retreated. You don't have the right to know. Gu Fei said indifferently, Go to hell. The demon lord roared and endless demonic light burst out. It was a blood-colored demonic light that corroded everything. Even the void was annihilated. Instantly, the blood-colored demonic light covered Gu Fei. The entire place turned into a sea of blood. The sky was lit up by the blood-colored light, dyeing half the sky red. However, no matter how terrifying the blood-colored demonic light was, it couldn't get close to Gu Fei's body. It couldn't even touch the corner of his robes. No matter how the demonic light surged, it couldn't get close to Gu Fei's body. You! The demon lord was shocked to the core. At this moment, Gu Fei snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the endless blood-colored light dissipated. The demon lord exploded into a blood mist as well. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Gu Fei took a step forward and passed through the entrance of the small world, entering it. Demon. The moment Gu Fei entered, he could sense an extremely strong demonic aura. This time, he returned to the human realm to see his old friends and walk around. However, it was also to solve the demonic threat in the human realm. Especially in the East region, there was the Taishan sect and Wanxiang City. He was prepared to let his disciples and grand-disciples train in the human realm. I see. Gu Fei discovered the secret of this place very quickly. There was a source of power of the demon lord hidden here. It was because of this source of power of the demons that this place became a demonic world. Chapter 46-28. When the news of Gu Fei's appearance in the Eastern Domain spread, the Eastern Domain of the human realm and even the entire cultivation world of the human realm were shaken. Countless experts rushed to the Eastern Domain, wanting to see Gu Fei. The current Gu Fei had unparalleled prestige in the mortal world. He had flattened the land of despair, annihilated the devil's den, and opened up the path to the mortal world. This kind of merit and virtue could be said to be unprecedented. When Gu Fei reappeared in the human realm, countless people were extremely excited and wanted to come to the Eastern Domain for a pilgrimage. For a time, the entire Eastern Domain became the most eye-catching region in the entire human realm. At this time, Gu Fei killed his way into a small world of demons in the Eastern Domain with his own strength. As soon as he appeared, the experts of the demons in the small world of demons immediately attacked Gu Fei. In the sky and on the ground, there were powerful demonic shadows everywhere. Courting death, Gu Fei smiled indifferently. He just snapped his fingers, and then there was nothing else. Countless experts of the demons who rushed towards him were instantly turned into a mist of blood. The blue sky was dyed with demonic blood, and the whole world was filled with a strong smell of blood. Gu Fei's right hand made a grabbing motion in the void. An endless demonic yuan qi frantically gathered towards his right hand. He then grabbed it with his hand. A blood-colored demonic core immediately appeared in his hand. The essence of countless experts of the demons was refined into a demonic core in an instant. Everything was so simple. The demonic chi contained in the demonic core was enough to create a demonic quasi-supreme. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he no longer needed to deliberately refine the spiritual energy of the world to replenish his body. Because he was the sky, he was the earth, he was the ruler. With a thought, he could devour the entire heaven and earth, and with a thought, he could destroy a large world. At this moment, there were only some weak demons and some weak magical beasts left in the small world of demons. Gu Fei didn't attack again. He turned and left. All the demons in the immortal god realm and above were dead. The remaining ones were just ants that weren't even in the immortal god realm. After this battle, it would be impossible for the demons in this small world of demons to recover without a few thousand years. All the demons in the demon's pocket world were dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei exited the small world. With a single step, he left the soaring dragon ancestral star and arrived in the depths of the starry sky. The heavenly Tao is flawed. No wonder no one has been able to reach the extreme Tao since the great desolate world. Gu Fei sensed the pulse of heaven and earth around him. Soon, he knew where the problem was. Mending the heavenly Tao was not an easy task. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it wasn't difficult for him to mend the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the depths of the starry sky and then released his divine will. In just an instant, his divine will enveloped the entire human realm. He could sense that there were two huge cracks in this world. Countless fragments of the Great Path were constantly reforming around these cracks and constantly collapsing. The human realm's heavenly Tao couldn't mend the two cracks. Bystanders couldn't detect the two cracks in this world at all. Only extreme-grade supreme beings could barely sense them. However, Gu Fei was an eternal supremacy now. The two cracks in this world were no secret to him. Only extreme Taoists possess a flawless great Tao. Gu Fei mumbled to himself, "Yeah, I'll drag those guys out and sacrifice them to the heavens." After saying that, Gu Fei stood up. In the next moment, he locked onto the entrance of a small world. It was in the northern region of the soaring dragon ancestral star, the extreme north demon region. In the past, the extreme north demon region was incomparably powerful. The Six Paths Demon Palace ruled over 10 regions. The Six Paths Demon Monarch had even killed his way into the Supreme Mystery Sect. But now, the peerless and ruthless person who had suppressed the extreme north demon region had already left. The demon cave was still swallowing demonic chi. All the demons had disappeared, but the roars of demonic beasts could still be heard from the depths of the earth. The sky of the extreme north demon region was still dark. The 7 demon cities seemed to exist eternally. They still stood tall in the land of the extreme north. At this moment, Gu Fei appeared outside the ruined demon cave. The entire human realm had countless small worlds. These small worlds couldn't hide from Gu Fei's eternal-level divine will. The human realm wasn't as simple as it seemed. Boom! With a single punch, Gu Fei broke through the void and pierced through this small world. Rumble! A demon hand suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei. The power of a quasi-supreme? Gu Fei frowned. In this human realm, with the existence of heaven's punishment, even an extreme supremacy wouldn't dare to use the power of the extreme path. Quasi-supremacy was the most powerful existence in the human realm. He waved his hand impatiently, and the demon hand that was grabbing at him shattered in the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei took a step and entered this small world. After Gu Fei entered this small world, he found that this small world was no different from the outside world. There wasn't a trace of demonic chi. There were countless creatures in this small world. There were countless cities scattered on the ground, and there didn't seem to be any particularly powerful demons in the cities. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Wasn't this small world the lair of the demons? The style wasn't right. How was he going to play? He originally wanted to capture an extreme Tao supremacy, devil Tao supremacy, but now it seemed that it was impossible. He couldn't even sense the quasi-supreme demons who attacked just now. How could this be? Could it be? He thought of a possibility and couldn't help but be shocked. Swoosh! At this moment, a demonic light suddenly shot at him. In the next moment, This demonic light pierced through his eternal martial body and flew out from his back. This is all an illusion. Gu Fei suddenly roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The entire void was undulating like waves. The scene in front of him changed quickly, and the whole world suddenly changed. The sky was dark, and there was demonic chi lingering in the void. Something was floating in the middle of this small world. The original beautiful scene disappeared. The thing floating in the middle of this small world was like a blood-colored demonic eye, and that thing was sweeping towards Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei's injuries had already healed. It can actually injure me? Gu Fei couldn't help being surprised. Even Gu Fei didn't expect to encounter an eternal magic tool here, and it was an awakened eternal magic tool. Chapter 46-29. The extreme northern demon region was the origin of the demon Tao on the soaring dragon ancestral star. This was the world of demons, and the demon Tao reigned supreme. However, no one would have thought that there was a small world in the extreme northern demon region, and there was an eternal magic tool in this small world. An eternal magic tool. Even in the ancestral realm, there weren't many of them. However, this was not the ancestral realm, but the human world. There was actually an eternal magic tool in the human world. This was something that Gu Fei had never thought of. Boom. At this time, the eternal magic tool in the pocket world displayed its might. Boundless blood-colored light burst out of the demonic eye, and within that blood-colored light, countless demonic shadows appeared and attacked Gu Fei. This was a demon Tao divine ability. This eternal magic tool was not sleeping. It was the tool spirit that attacked. Rumble. The entire small world was shaking. In fact, with the power of this eternal magic tool, it could destroy this world with a single thought. However, it was obvious that this eternal magic tool did not want to destroy this world. Gu Fei did not want to destroy this small world. He clenched his right hand and directly punched towards the endless blood light. In the next moment, the countless demonic shadows in the blood light instantly collapsed in the void, and the monstrous blood light also disappeared. It looked like an ordinary punch, but its power was surprisingly great. Little guy, who are you? A spiritual fluctuation came out of the eternal magic tool. You are the demon source here? Gu Fei looked at the demonic eye and said indifferently, Little guy, this lord is asking you. The demonic eye said coldly, TSK, you dare to call yourself lord in front of me? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Go to hell. The demonic eye suddenly disappeared, and a demonic shadow appeared in the void. In the next moment, this demonic shadow attacked Gu Fei. A demonic hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Just a small eternal magic tool. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Gu Fei still punched out. Boom. Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic hand in an instant. In the next moment, a circle of spatial ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out with the two figures as the center. Several mountains in the vicinity were directly crushed into dust. This pocket world was very desolate. However, there were also some demons and demons. Only, the cultivation bases of these demons were not very high. A single strand of Gu Fei's aura spread out and all the demons and demons in the pocket world instantly exploded. This was his world, and he was the supreme ruler here. Everything here belonged to him. Even the life and death of these monsters and demons was up to him. Well, since I can't find a demon of the extreme Tao, I'll use you to make up for the heavenly Tao of the human realm. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, Little guy, what did you say? The devil image looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. I said I'll use you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Haha, use me as a sacrifice to the heavens? What heavens and earth can withstand that? The devil image laughed. He was an eternal demonic weapon, an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. No heavenly Tao could withstand the power of his great Tao, at least not the heavenly Tao of the human realm. If I say you can, then you can. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I say you're going to die. The devil image instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei and threw a punch at Gu Fei. However, The devil image was dumbfounded the next moment. He saw that his fist had actually penetrated Gu Fei's body. It was as if his fist had hit the air. Bam! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the specter was sent flying away. You're just a demonic weapon. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with the flying devil image. He then stepped on it from the air. Roar! The devil image roared as boundless demonic Tao energy erupted. Numerous blood-colored demonic spears rushed out of the devil image's body and pierced through the void. However, the demonic spears that were aimed at Gu Fei were all repelled by his protective god light. Behave yourself, Gu Fei said as he exerted force with his right foot. A powerful eternal force surged out from his foot and instantly shackled the devil image. What are you trying to do? The devil image panicked. Are you stupid or deaf? I already said that I'm going to sacrifice you to the heavens. Gu Fei said impatiently. Don't, boss, old ancestor, please don't. At this moment, the devil image was completely terrified. He never expected that this human was an eternal realm existence. Of course, if he hadn't been seriously injured in the battle back then, this human might not have been able to do anything to him. Too late. Without hesitation, Gu Fei struck the devil image back to its original form. It was a demonic weapon in the shape of an eye. It was very peculiar. Could this be a demonic weapon refined from the real eternal demon eye? Gu Fei was also shocked. The power of the eternal demon eye was a little different from what he had imagined. However, he finally knew the reason. There was a crack on the eternal demon eye. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took the eternal demon eye and left the small world. He didn't destroy the small world. He believed that after a long time, living creatures would appear in the small world again. These living creatures might be demons. Where did the real great demons go? Gu Fei was really curious. He could cover the entire soaring dragon ancestral star with a single thought. The strongest existences in the extreme north demon region were only two quasi-supreme level demon path powerhouses. Through Gu Fei's senses, the auras of the two quasi-supreme level demon path powerhouses were as eye-catching as lamps in the dark. The location of the 5 ancestral stars, Gu Fei left the soaring dragon ancestral star and went deep into the starry sky. At this moment, his divine will covered more than half of the human realm, including the 5 ancestral stars. He discovered that the 5 ancestral stars' locations were very strange in the starry sky. Good heavens! Could it be that there was someone who wanted to repair the heavenly path in the past? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The 5 ancestral stars were clearly part of a superformation. To be precise, the 5 ancestral stars were the 5 formation cores of this superformation. Gu Fei could clearly sense that the spiritual energy of the entire universe was gradually gathering toward the 5 ancestral stars. No wonder the 5 ancestral stars could give birth to so many living creatures. Someone had set up a super grand formation in the mortal realm to nourish the 5 ancestral planets with a heaven-defying method. Tian Fa? Gu Fei thought of the existence of Tian Fa. How extravagant! Gu Fei exclaimed in surprise. However, the energy required to activate this super array was not a small amount, and the eternal demon eye in his hands could provide an endless amount of energy for the super array. Let's give it a try. Chapter 46:30. Countless years ago, someone set up a heavenly formation in the human realm. The so-called heavenly formation used the heaven and earth as a formation. Someone wanted to mend the heavens and make the heavenly Tao of the human realm perfect, but he failed. Because if that person succeeded, the heavenly Tao of the human realm would be perfect. However, the heavenly Tao of the human realm was still incomplete, which was why an extreme sovereign could not be born. Once Gu Fei succeeded in mending the heavens and restored the heavenly Tao, the entire human realm would change. The entire heaven and earth would be different, and the human realm might be able to reproduce the golden age of the untainted world. At this time, Gu Fei sat in the depths of the starry sky. His position was very special. It was the center of the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm. He wanted to activate the heavenly formation by himself. Boom! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful spirit wave. The spirit wave instantly enveloped the entire human realm. This was the divine sense of an extreme sovereign. Even the divine sense of an extreme sovereign could not cover the entire human realm. Only the supreme existences in the eternal realm could do so. At this very moment, the quasi-sovereigns on the ancestral planets of the 5 major life forms in the human world all sensed a terrifying divine will that made their souls tremble. In the ancestral land of the Jiang clan on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a figure that looked like a statue that had been sitting on a boulder since the beginning of time suddenly opened his eyes. A little familiar. Could it be that little friend? Jiang Renhuang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in other regions, the powerhouses who had sealed their cultivation bases were also alarmed. That guy is back? In the ghost realm of Fengdu, in a huge city that floated under the dusky sky, a figure sitting on an emperor's throne suddenly stood up. It's time to go for a walk, Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said. In the next moment, he disappeared from the ghost city of Fengdu. In the endless chaos, a middle-aged man that looked like a mummy suddenly opened his eyes. The heavenly formation has been activated, the middle-aged man murmured to himself. In the next moment, he broke through the chaos, took a step forward, and directly appeared in the human realm. Then, he took another step and appeared in the depths of the starry sky, in the star field where Gu Fei was. It's you? When the middle-aged man saw Gu Fei, he was very surprised. Dao Father? Gu Fei also sensed the middle-aged man's presence. The me in this life is no longer that name. The middle-aged man, who was wrapped in a bag of skin and resembled a mummy, spoke. You lived a second life? Gu Fei exclaimed in shock. Extreme Dao sovereigns were immortal existences, but this was relative. Extreme Dao sovereigns could also be injured and killed by others. Someone actually killed the Wushang Dao ancestor once? How could this be possible? That was an unmatched Dao ancestor, an existence at the extreme Dao level. His power was unimaginable to bystanders. You could say that. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, Fellow Daoist, your current name is, Gu Fei asked. Qin Emperor. The middle-aged man said. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he was shocked. The second reincarnation of the supreme Tao ancestor was actually Emperor Qin? Qin Emperor of the Qin clan? How could this be possible? What you saw back then was just an incarnation of mine, the middle-aged Qin Emperor said. This? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The second reincarnation of the supreme Tao ancestor was actually Emperor Qin. The Qin clan was an extremely ancient clan that had once produced a great emperor. Should I call you Emperor Qin or Wushang Dao ancestor? Gu Fei felt like he was going crazy. A name is just a code. You can call me whatever you like. The middle-aged man shrugged and said. He didn't care at all. Then I'll call you Dao ancestor. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. Up to you. Do you want to mend the sky? The Dao ancestor said. That's right. Gu Fei said calmly. At this moment, the heavenly formation began to operate. A pressure that made all living beings tremble descended upon the world. Seeing this, the Dao ancestor stopped talking and sat cross-legged in the void. Soon, lines of formation runes appeared around Gu Fei and interweaved into a formation platform. The formation runes were connected to the 5 ancestral stars. In the next moment, 5 light pillars shot out from the 5 ancestral stars. The 5 light pillars shot into the sky and fixed the crack in the heavens. It was the power of the 5 elements. The soaring dragon ancestral star had the power of the earth, the Kunlun ancestral star had the power of the metal, the Buzhou ancestral star had the power of the water, the Ziwei ancestral star had the power of the wood, and the primal ancestral star had the power of the fire. The power of the 5 elements of the entire human realm was gathered in the 5 ancestral stars. Soon, the 5 light pillars began to weaken. The power of the 5 elements that the 5 ancestral stars had gathered for countless years could not even last a quarter of an hour. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately took out the eternal demon eye. Boom! The power of the eternal demon eye exploded and was firmly controlled by Gu Fei. After Gu Fei refined it, it turned into the power of the 5 elements and surged toward the 5 ancestral stars. In the next moment, the 5 ancestral stars seemed to be on fire, bursting with the divine light of 5 elements that had never been seen before. At the same time, Gu Fei disintegrated the eternal great Tao of the eternal demon eye. Countless Tao runes rushed into the sky and entered the crack in the heavens. The crack that was fixed in place by the power of the 5 elements began to shrink. Haha! The Tao ancestor couldn't help but laugh at this scene. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. He was happy that the human realm's heavenly Tao was recovering and was thinking of a perfect transformation. He had waited for this moment for far too long. They were sinners when the primordial world was destroyed. Those who survived did everything they could to repair the damaged heavenly Tao. Some even sacrificed their lives for it. However, since the destruction of the primordial world, those supreme experts who survived all wanted to repair the heavenly Tao. They even joined forces to set up the heavenly formation, but they still failed. Those who survived all reached the end of their lives one by one. Only he and a few others succeeded in living a second life. The Supreme Tao Ancestor and the others finally came to a conclusion. It was impossible for the supreme experts to repair the crack in the heavenly Tao. It was too difficult to repair the crack. Of course, there were supreme experts who willingly sacrificed themselves to the heavenly Tao. However, although the crack in the heavenly Tao became smaller, it was not completely repaired. This time, there must be a miracle. Soon, powerful figures appeared near Gu Fei. These people didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei and only watched from afar. Zhang Renhuang's figure also appeared nearby. The speed of Gu Fei's growth was too fast. He had long surpassed Zhang Renhuang and all the experts in the human realm. Apart from the fact that he had yet to cross his tribulation, he was a genuine eternal realm expert. Today, I will mend the sky. Gu Fei's voice echoed across the world. Countless cultivators on the 5 ancestral planets could hear his voice. Someone is mending the sky? How is that possible? Chapter 46:31. Today, I'll mend the sky. Gu Fei's voice reverberated throughout the entire mortal world. Countless living beings on the 5 ancestral planets were shocked and terrified to the extreme. Some super antiques that had disappeared for countless years jumped out. Near the starfield where Gu Fei was located, one incomparably powerful figure after another appeared. They didn't dare approach Gu Fei because the place where Gu Fei was located was filled with countless interweaving Tao patterns. Those were incomparably ancient and powerful Tao patterns. Every single one of those Tao patterns could easily kill a quasi-supremacy or even a supremacy. This kind of power shouldn't have appeared in the mortal world. One had to know that heavenly punishment existed in the mortal world, but it couldn't be used against Gu Fei. In the entire mortal world, not even Tao ancestors dared to ignore heavenly punishment. Even the ancient Tao ancestors had to seal their cultivation. But there was one exception, Gu Fei. Heavenly punishment couldn't find Gu Fei because the heavenly punishment in the mortal world and even the heavenly world were perfected by Gu Fei. The heavenly punishment was branded with Gu Fei's imprint. Between the mortal world and the heavenly world, there was only one person who could ignore the existence of heavenly punishment. That person was Gu Fei. So it's this malefic star that's mending the sky. I didn't expect him to be this strong. So many geniuses from the primordial era couldn't do it, but he can do it. The old antiques whispered in the distance. Since the Tao ancestor could live to this day, it wasn't necessarily impossible for others to do the same. Some of these super antiques had achieved the Tao before the primordial era collapsed. They had lived for countless years and survived the darkest era of the mortal world. Too many people had died in the primordial era. Some of the primordial era's powerhouses had died, but there were also quite a few who survived. From the looks of it, this little guy is going to succeed. An old voice said, "What kind of devil artifact is that? The aura it emits is too shocking." The super old-timers stared in shock at the devil eye of eternity that Gu Fei was refining. The eternal demon eye shook violently, wanting to fly away, but Gu Fei used his eternal level power to suppress it, constantly refining the demonic power within it. After being refined and filtered by Gu Fei, the inexhaustible power of Fiend Tao was continuously supplying energy to this heavenly formation in the human world. The divine light that erupted from the ancestral stars of the 5 great life forms illuminated the entire star region where they were located. At this moment, all the living beings in the mortal dimension felt that the entire world was undergoing an indescribable change. Especially those living beings with high cultivations, they felt that this change was inconceivable. The entire world's spiritual essence was recovering. This was especially the case for the half-supreme beings. They sensed a type of restriction, a type of suppression, an even more powerful suppression from the heavenly Tao. The void of the world began to become more stable. All of this was just the beginning. As Gu Fei continued to break down the eternal great Tao of the demon eye of eternal, more and more cracks appeared on the demon eye of eternal. Gu Fei was sacrificing his own Tao to mend the heavens. What he was transforming wasn't his own Tao, but the eternal demon eye's Tao. Repairing the heavenly Tao of a complete great world wasn't an easy task. Gu Fei's previous thoughts were too simple, thinking that he could just find a demon of the extreme Tao to sacrifice. In fact, when Gu Fei activated the heavenly formation in the human world, he knew that things wouldn't be as simple as he had imagined. Not to mention a demon of the extreme Tao, even if he sacrificed dozens of them to the heavenly Tao, they still wouldn't be able to mend the crack in the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, he had accidentally obtained this eternal-level demonic artifact. Although it was heavily damaged, it was still an eternal-level artifact. It was also because of this that Gu Fei was able to complete this magnificent feat of mending the heavens. Seeing that the crack in the heavenly Tao in the sky was gradually shrinking, Gu Fei also became nervous. If he succeeded in mending the heavens, his contribution to the human world would surpass that of anyone else. This was truly a matter of boundless virtue. No one knew what would happen if the heavens were successfully mended. However, one thing was certain. If the heavens were successfully mended, it would be a great thing for the entire human world. Swoosh! At that moment, the void shattered and a demonic arrow was shot directly at Gu Fei. The power that erupted from the demonic arrow was earth-shattering, and even the power of the heavenly punishment was suppressed. Eternal demon? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, stretched out his right hand and slapped the demonic arrow. That's the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged on a nearby star, opened his eyes the moment the demonic arrow appeared. How dare you? The Supreme Tao Ancestor was enraged. At the most critical moment of Gu Fei's mending of the heavens, a demon actually attacked Gu Fei. This completely angered the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Everyone who saw this scene was also stunned. The demonic energy that erupted from the demonic arrow made their souls tremble. Even a supremacy at the peak of the extreme grade might not be able to withstand this arrow. However, an even more shocking scene happened. The demonic arrow that was shot at Gu Fei actually collapsed under his right palm. The demonic energy contained in the demonic arrow, which was enough to kill a supremacy at the peak of the extreme grade, was actually caught by Gu Fei and directly refined into nourishment for the heavenly formation. At that moment, the Supreme Tao Ancestor directly shattered the void and charged in the direction of the demonic arrow. He was extremely powerful. The anger of the Supreme Tao Ancestor is incredible, someone exclaimed. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was a supreme existence who was invincible for an era. No one knew what level his cultivation realm had reached. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had lived a second life, and perhaps his cultivation had also reached the eternal grade. Rumble. The void that had yet to be repaired by the power of heaven and earth made a shocking sound. A terrifying and monstrous aura came from another world. It was extremely terrifying, but soon, the broken void was repaired by the power of heaven and earth, and the two terrifying auras naturally disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One had to know that if a battle of that level broke out in the human realm, the entire human realm would probably suffer a catastrophe. And just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the void outside the heavens collapsed again, and a demonic shadow directly rushed out of the broken void. Kill. Without any words or hesitation, the demonic shadow directly charged at Gu Fei, trying to stop him from mending the heavens. Do you demons think there's no one in the human realm? Chapter 46:32. In the human world, Gu Fei opened the heavenly array and refined the eternal demon eye to mend the sky. This was a huge amount of merit. However, at the most critical juncture, there were terrifying great demons that broke through the void to stop Gu Fei from mending the heavens. However, the human world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Unexpectedly, a peerless expert took action and blocked the great demons. Rumble, the old man who rushed out of the ancient battlefield in the depths of the starry sky, created a world and directly hit the great demon. The world disappeared in an instant. The old man didn't want to fight the great demon in the human world. He wanted to fight the great demon outside the human world. Where did these great demons come from? There are definitely no great demons of this level in the human world. The human world's experts who were watching the battle from the nearby star field were all stunned by this scene. Are they great demons from outside the human world? Someone said in surprise. These great demons' cultivation seems to be above the extreme grade. An old man who had sealed his extreme grade cultivation seemed to have noticed something, and his face turned ugly. The legendary realm? The other old men were also shocked to the extreme. When the great wilderness world collapsed, there was a madman who wanted to take that step. He actually wanted to take the great wilderness world's heavenly Tao. In the end, after a great battle, the great wilderness world was destroyed. Yet now, two terrifying demons who were suspected to be above the extreme grade had jumped out. How could this not be shocking and frightening? Only Gu Fei knew that these two great demons were not real eternal great demons. They were just half-step eternal realm existences. They wanted to stop him from mending the sky with this kind of cultivation. They were simply courting death. However, he couldn't be distracted at this time. He had to refine the eternal demon eye with all his strength. Otherwise, the two great demons would have died countless times. As Gu Fei continued to refine it, the cracks on the eternal demon eye increased. It was about to collapse. At this time, the crack in the great Tao in the morning sky was almost invisible. "Little fellow, stop." Right at this moment, an aged voice resounded. After that, the entire sky collapsed as a boundlessly enormous devil shadow actually shattered the sky and entered the mortal dimension. The entire human realm began to tremble as if it would collapse at any moment. Eternal devil? When Gu Fei saw this great demon, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The human realm can't accommodate an eternal level great devil. A moment later, with a thought from Gu Fei, the star domain where the menacing eternal demon was located collapsed. The eternal devil didn't even have time to think before he was swallowed up by the huge hole that suddenly appeared in the void. At the same time, a pitch-black wheel appeared above Gu Fei's head. It was the primogenitor realm's supreme Tao artifact, the Wheel of Worlds. When Gu Fei recovered his eternal cultivation, he could finally use the Myriad Worlds Wheel. He had used the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Worlds to send the eternal devil into another world. However, Gu Fei knew that this still wouldn't be able to stop the eternal devil from returning. An eternal realm life form was too strong. If the eternal devil wanted to return, no one would be able to stop it. It was only a matter of time before the eternal devil returned to the human realm. Gu Fei wanted to repair the heavenly Tao before the eternal devil returned to the human realm. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Sitting in the starry sky, Gu Fei suddenly made up his mind. In the next moment, endless eternal God light bloomed from his forehead. He used his eternal source. Boom! Under the bombardment of Gu Fei's eternal essence, the demon eye of eternity instantly shattered, and a clump of eternal essence of the demonic Tao appeared between the heaven and earth. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. Using a great magic skill, he split out a part of his eternal source and fused it with the eternal source of the demon eye of worlds. The fused eternal source was not Gu Fei's source, nor was it the source of the demon eye of eternity. It was a brand new source of eternity, and it was extremely powerful. Gu Fei sent the fused eternal source into the heavenly array. In the next moment, the entire heavenly array appeared between heaven and earth. Endless worldly spiritual energy gathered madly as the heavenly array, along with the fused eternal source, shot up into the sky and entered the heavenly Tao. Wong. After fusing with the heavenly array and the eternal source, the heavenly Tao underwent an astonishing transformation. At that moment, the sound of the grand Tao filled the entire world. The spiritual energy in the human realm increased rapidly, and the void became incomparably stable. The heavenly Tao of the human realm was many times stronger than before. This was the eternal heavenly Tao. This meant that the heavenly Tao of the human realm was not only repaired, but also had the chance to transform into another eternal world. Of course, this process would be extremely long. At this time, even if the eternal demon returned to the human realm, he wouldn't be able to do anything to this world. There is no need for the heavenly punishment to exist anymore. After saying that, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the power of the heavenly punishment that enveloped the entire human realm disappeared, as though it had never existed. The heavenly punishment disappeared? The group of old fogies from the human realm who had been watching Gu Fei mend the heavens in the distance became extremely excited. Due to the existence of the heavenly punishment, they had no choice but to hide like turtles. But now, they no longer had to live in such a cowardly manner. Boom! A supreme Taoist body shot out from the depths of the starry sky. Very soon, in the ancestral land of the Jiang family in the human realm, a supreme emperor's power rushed out. Zhang Renhuang had unsealed himself. On this day, supreme Taoist body erupted from all over the human realm. The supreme Taoist bodies who had sealed themselves had been waiting for this day for far too long. On this day, the human realm displayed power that was far stronger than the other worlds. Although it couldn't compare to the ancestral realm, it had the potential to surpass the ancestral realm. Rumble. It was at this time that cracks appeared in the sky again. A demonic figure broke through the void and appeared in the human realm. "I'll go kill you." After saying that, Gu Fei slapped the demonic figure back. Then, he rushed into the foreign world. He wanted to fight this demon in this desolate world. He wanted to take the initiative. "Kid, you've got guts." The eternal demon stared at Gu Fei and sneered. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Gu Fei was starting to get impatient. He had just split the eternal origin source and had injured his Yuan Qi. "If you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish." Chapter 46:33. Gu Fei and the eternal demon were facing off. The aura of the two eternal level powerhouses completely erupted, and the entire world directly collapsed and turned into a primal chaos. Fortunately, there were no living creatures in this desolate world. This world simply couldn't withstand the pressure that erupted from the two eternal level powerhouses. The world instantly crumbled, the heavenly Tao turned into nothingness, and the world returned to chaos. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei and the eternal demon attacked at almost the same time. Heaven Transformation Palm. He directly used the transforming heaven hand. With a palm strike, the power of transforming heaven erupted. Even the primal chaos was melted away. Everything that was enveloped by the power of transforming heaven turned into nothingness in an instant. Eternal demonic will. The eternal demon roared. His forehead suddenly split open, and a demonic eye appeared. In the next moment, a blood-colored demonic light rushed out from the demonic eye, piercing towards Gu Fei. Swish! The moment the blood-colored demonic light collided with Gu Fei's Heaven Transformation Palm, it was directly melted away by the Heaven Transformation Palm and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, even the eternal demon himself was enveloped by Gu Fei's Heaven Transformation Palm. In an instant, the eternal demon felt a small part of the eternal demon power in his body being melted away, which shocked him to the extreme. Roar! The eternal demon roared, and directly rushed out of the void that was enveloped by Gu Fei's Heaven Transformation Palm. Infinite incarnation. The eternal demon roared, and in the next moment, countless demonic figures appeared in the sky. These demonic figures blotted out the sky and filled every inch of the void. This was simply an army of demonic cultivators. Melt for me. Gu Fei used the Heaven Transformation Palm with all his strength, and the power of Heaven Transformation Palm was unprecedentedly strong, instantly enveloping a part of the world. One by one, the demonic shadows dissipated in the void. They were forcefully turned into nothingness by Gu Fei's heaven transformation power. The eternal fiend was shocked. Kill. He immediately used his Tao artifact. It was a saber, a terrifying demonic saber. With the devil saber in hand, the eternal demon's battle prowess soared. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, the eternal demon slashed out at Gu Fei. The blood-colored blade light broke through Gu Fei's heaven transformation domain. The blood-colored demonic light quickly dimmed under the wear and tear of the heaven transformation power. However, the eternal demon had already used all of his strength for this attack. Even the void of primal chaos would be torn apart by this attack. This was an attack that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Oomph! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a huge cauldron appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took out the mountain river cauldron. Clang! When the eternal demon's blade landed on the mountain and river cauldron, sparks flew everywhere, and the mountain and river cauldron was sent flying. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the cauldron of mountains and rivers flew back to him, landing in his hand. When he looked down, he could not believe what he saw. There was a blade mark on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. This was the mountain and river cauldron, but there was a blade mark on it. This was simply too inconceivable. Kill. The eternal demon attacked once again. He slashed at Gu Fei again. Wherever the blood-colored saber light passed, everything would be destroyed. This was the terror of eternal level power. An eternal demon could destroy a part of the world with a wave of his hand. If they did not fight in the primal chaos, but in the human realm, Gu Fei and the eternal demon could destroy the human realm. Countless living beings would die. At this time, Gu Fei grabbed the mountain and river cauldron and smashed it towards the incoming blade light. Clang! The blood-colored blade light landed on the mountain and river cauldron. This time, Gu Fei was sent flying along with the cauldron. His hand that was holding the cauldron was shaken to the point of bleeding. So strong. Gu Fei had to admit that this demon was really powerful. After all, he had not transcended his tribulation. To a certain extent, he could not be considered a true supreme existence in the eternal realm. Extreme Breaking Fist. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with his ultimate killer move. As he punched out, his aura soared. Be it strength or speed, they instantly broke through Gu Fei's limits. Roar! Gu Fei roared to the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, dispersing the surrounding primal chaos aura. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch directly smashed onto the blood-colored saber light. The blood-colored saber light instantly shattered, and his fist directly smashed onto his opponent's chest. What? The eternal demon was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he could not. His body was punched through by Gu Fei's fist, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. The eternal devil was shocked to the extreme. This guy could actually injure him? How was this possible? His devil body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Even a true, eternal-level supreme Tao treasure would find it difficult to injure him. Bam! Gu Fei's right hand shook, and a violent power exploded from his hand. The next moment, the eternal demon's body instantly shattered into a bloody mist. Wanting to kill an eternal-level life form was definitely not an easy task. Go! Gu Fei directly grabbed the bloody mist in his hand, and then used the myriad world wheel to instantly disappear into the primal chaos. When he reappeared, he was already in the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm was a primal world that could give birth to eternal realm living beings. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. Even an extreme Tao Supreme could not destroy this part of the world, because existences stronger than an extreme Tao Supreme could not truly destroy the ancestral realm. Where is the ancestral demon territory? Gu Fei directly released the eternal realm spirit force. Soon, he sensed the existence of the eternal demon territory. With a thought, he instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already standing outside the entrance of the eternal demon territory. Boom! Suddenly, the ball of demon blood in Gu Fei's hand exploded as a blood figure appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, the eternal demon had reconstructed its body and was completely restored to its original state. You go in. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly punched the eternal demon and directly smashed it into the ancestral demon territory. The ancestral demon territory suddenly became chaotic. He also took a step forward and directly entered the ancestral demon territory. The moment Gu Fei entered the ancestral demon territory, he directly triggered his eternal heaven tribulation. Chapter 46-34. After Gu Fei's cultivation recovered to the eternal realm, the first time he returned to the primogenitor's world, he caused a huge commotion. He didn't return to the primogenitor's world alone. Instead, he entered the primogenitor demon domain with an eternal realm demon. He wanted to destroy the primogenitor demon domain. The moment Gu Fei and the eternal great demon entered the primogenitor demon domain, the entire primogenitor demon domain almost collapsed. The terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Countless demons couldn't bear this level of pressure and exploded. In just a few breaths, more than half of the demons in the primogenitor demon domain died. Only the extreme grade demons could barely hold on. It's Gu Fei. The extreme grade primogenitor demon in the primogenitor demon domain was dumbfounded. No one expected that Gu Fei would suddenly attack. Moreover, the current Gu Fei was even more terrifying and powerful than before. Did he recover his eternal cultivation? Rumble. Suddenly, thunderous sounds came from the sky above the primogenitor demon domain. Tribulation clouds appeared above the primogenitor demon domain. The entire demon domain darkened as if night had suddenly fallen. All the creatures in the primogenitor demon domain were terrified to the extreme. You're a madman. The eternal great demon was really scared by Gu Fei. This guy actually triggered his eternal heavenly tribulation. This was his heavenly tribulation, but this guy actually wanted to drag him to transcend the tribulation together with him. I'm not going to play with you anymore. The eternal great demon was about to leave. Hee, now you have no choice but to play with me. Gu Fei smiled. The next moment, the eternal great demon found that the whole world seemed to be locked. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't tear the void of this world. At the same time, Gu Fei attacked again. Extreme breaking divine fist. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly used his self-created supreme battle skill. He just made a fist stance, and a violent and monstrous aura erupted from his body. Little guy, do you really think that this demon master is easy to bully? The eternal great demon steeled his heart and also used his trump card of the devil path. Rumble. 9 balls of demonic light rushed out from the eternal great demon's body, illuminating the world. Boom. As Gu Fei punched out, the void in front of his fist shattered. At the same time, the 9 balls of demonic light around the eternal demon's body went up to meet it. The two unimaginably powerful forces collided with each other in an instant, and the power fluctuations that erupted spread out in all directions. The ancestor demon territory, which had already collapsed, finally collapsed in the void. At that moment, the eternal heavenly tribulation had already locked down this region. It was impossible for Gu Fei and Eternal Devil to leave this place. 2 figures were moving quickly. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out. Even in other regions of the primogenitor realm, this sound could be heard. Roar. The Eternal Devil roared in rage. His black hair that resembled demonic flames danced wildly in the wind. After that, his black hair grew to a length of 1,000 zhang. Each strand of hair was like a demonic dragon, exuding a terrifying demonic flame that coiled around Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, and the eternal energy surged forward, directly shattering the thousands of zhang-long devil hair and sending the eternal great demon flying. You want to pull me through the tribulation together? You're underestimating me too much, true demon world. The eternal great demon roared in rage. He actually transformed into a world, pulling Gu Fei into a true demon world. There was no heaven's tribulation here. The eternal great demon actually used such a method to isolate the heaven's tribulation. This was a world that the eternal great demon had opened up. 10 directions annihilation. Only devils shall exist. With a roar, the devil chi around the eternal great demon surged out in an earth-shattering manner. 9 balls of demonic light exploded. In an instant, The terrifying heaven-burning devil flames covered every inch of the void in this demon territory. Rumble. The entire demon territory shook violently. It was pitch black inside. Everywhere one looked, one could only see the pitch-black devil flames that burned and distorted the void. Boom! Gu Fei transformed into the Tai Chi Yin-Yang. A Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram suddenly rushed out of his body, fixed above his head, and enveloped a part of the world. The two black and white Tai Chi eyes constantly emitted mighty Yin and Yang Qi. This Yin and Yang Qi was the result of chaos giving birth to Tai Chi, and Tai Chi giving birth to Yin and Yang. The terrifying Yin and Yang Qi completely repelled the surging devil flames. The mighty Yin and Yang Qi from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram froze the entire world. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the pitch-black demon territory. There was a vast amount of devil Qi fluctuating there, as if it had turned into a piece of chaos. Bang! An extremely dull sound came from the void that was filled with terrifying demonic flames. As the sound rang out, the true demon world also shook violently. The eternal great demon's methods were truly terrifying. This was the true strength of an eternal great demon. It could even isolate Gu Fei's eternal tribulation. At the edge of the true demon world, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, as if there was an ancient giant knocking on that part of the world. Bang! There was another violent tremor. More spatial cracks appeared at the periphery of the true demon world. They were densely packed, like a spider web. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. Gu Fei was actually going to open the true demon world. Preposterous! The eternal great demon was shocked and angry. He had no choice but to use his full strength. Under the burning of the burning heaven demon fire, even the void of the perfect big world produced ripples. It was as if a part of the world had been shattered. The power of the true demon world that belonged to the eternal great demon began to surge out from the densely packed spatial cracks. Bang! Within the true demon world that was surging with devil flames, there was another huge tremor. Then, as if something had been shattered, the true demon world actually collapsed. Wah! A hair-raising roar came from the gradually collapsing part of the world. Endless devil light burst out, and the whole world surged with monstrous flames. The flames were as black as ink, causing the whole sky to sink into darkness. Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram trembled again and again. Monstrous Yin and Yang Qi surged out from the two Taiji eyes, pressing down like 100,000 mountains, protecting Gu Fei as he rushed out of the endless devil flames. A part of the true demon world collapsed and turned into primal chaos. The monstrous devil flames were so dazzling. In the primal chaos, the devil flames churned and surged violently. Moreover, although the pitch-black devil flames emitted a black light, it was still dazzling and dazzling. It became more and more intense, almost making people unable to open their eyes. The mysterious and unfathomable Taiji Yin-Yang diagram displayed a great power, freezing the world around Gu Fei. Rumble. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram trembled again and again, releasing layers of Yin and Yang Qi. The two black and white Yin-Yang eyes were like two bottomless abysses, crazily devouring the boundless devil flames that exploded. Roar! A devil roar came from the endless devil flames. Then, the surging devil flames condensed into a 10,000 zhang tall devil shadow. The devil shadow's head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground. The 10,000 zhang tall devil body emitted an extremely terrifying devil aura. He waved his fist that was as big as a mountain and punched towards the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram in the sky. Chapter 46-35. Eternal Devil's true devil world was destroyed, but this didn't affect him too much. One must know that at his cultivation level, he could casually split the heavens and earth. And Gu Fei's Yin-Yang Grandao was no small matter. In terms of defense, it was definitely the strongest defensive Grandao in the world. The Yin-Yang diagram revolved and could block any attack. Gu Fei had gone through 9 levels of heavenly tribulations. Each level was a Grandao, and this Yin-Yang Grandao was one of them. He was the supreme of the 9 paths in the myriad of worlds. He could also become a supreme of the 9 paths. After Eternal Devil's true devil world was destroyed, Gu Fei's eternal, heavenly tribulation descended once more. Rumble. A terrifying might of heaven and earth came crashing down from the unseen world. Even Eternal Devil's expression changed. This fellow's eternal, heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. If one world can't trap you, then I'll make 10. Eternal Devil roared in rage. His eyes were filled with demonic flames that surged tens of miles away. As the Eternal Demon said that, he pulled the space before him to the sides, causing it to shatter. Next, a world filled with demonic energy appeared. This world instantly expanded infinitely and directly enveloped Gu Fei. Eternal Devil continued to attack. In an instant, he opened up 10 true devil worlds. Kill. Eternal Devil controlled the 10 true devil worlds to obliterate Gu Fei. The demonic aura surged and the baleful aura soared into the sky, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. Faintly, one could see many terrifying demonic shadows appearing in the 10-direction true devil world. The true devil worlds were terrifying. Evil winds blew, and demonic clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled, and there were even layers of heaven-burning demonic flames surging in the sky. It was indescribably evil and terrifying. Within the true devil worlds, evil chi filled the air. Demonic clouds rumbled violently as though they were about to crush the earth. Baleful chi filled every corner of the world. Mournful demonic howls rang out from the true devil worlds. It was as though countless devils were howling in Gu Fei's ears, causing his scalp to go numb. Rumble. Accompanied by the sounds of demonic thunder, the dark sky seemed to have been torn apart. Rays of blood-colored light appeared. The eternal great demon stepped on the 10-direction true demon world. The dark ground, which seemed to be soaked in blood, was shaking violently. Then, under the control of the eternal great demon, the power of the 10 true demons world gathered together, and the ground of every great world beneath his feet began to crumble. The power of the 10 directions true devil world evolved into a pitch-black devil well that spewed surging devil chi. The well swallowed Gu Fei whole. This was an extremely evil devil well that gathered the power of the 10 directions true devil world. Even if an ordinary eternal realm expert was sucked into this devil well, he or she would definitely end up dead. A demonic power that made everyone's heart palpitate erupted from the well. That power, that aura, even surpassed that of the eternal great demon. A terrifying demonic nature enveloped the entire 10 directions true demon world. When Gu Fei sensed this demonic nature, his magic power surged and he found it hard to control it. His mind started to feel irritated, as though the evilness in his heart was being lured out by this demonic nature. Crazy thoughts that he didn't dare to think or do in the past started to surface in his heart. Gu Fei sneered. This method of the other party couldn't affect him at all. In the next moment, other than the yin-yang great Tao, the other 8 great Tao powers erupted from Gu Fei's body as well. Each of the great Tao had been cultivated to the extreme. The moment the 9 great Tao powers erupted from Gu Fei's body, the terrifying demonic nature that enveloped Gu Fei was blocked by the 9 great Tao powers. What? When the eternal great demon saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. This little guy was truly a monster. He had actually cultivated each of the 9 great Tao powers to the extreme. Was this the legendary 9 extreme supremes? The eternal great demon had a bad feeling. Kill. The eternal great demon channeled the power of the 10 directions true demon world like a madman as an endless amount of power surged towards the devil's well. Very soon, an extremely formidable power ripple burst forth from the devil's well. Within the entire devil's well, there were countless devil marks weaving together. Even though he was trapped within the devil's well, Gu Fei was still as composed as ever. He wasn't bothered about this eternal great demon at all. The 9 great Tao powers interweaved together and clashed against one another. The power that burst forth actually managed to stop the 10 directions true demon world from advancing any further. 9 extreme heavens split. Gu Fei roared out. In the next moment, the power of the 9 great Tao powers fused together. With that, an extremely violent power burst forth, causing the entire void to be destroyed. When the eternal great demon saw this, he could not help but be startled. With Gu Fei as the center, The power of the 9 extreme heavens gushed out in all directions, causing the entire Devil's Well to tremble as countless runes interweaved together. When the eternal great demon saw this scene, he was even more shocked. Gu Fei's 9 extreme heavens powers were simply too powerful. It directly caused the first true demon world to explode. As for the other true demon world, countless cracks also appeared on it, as though it could collapse at any moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the second true demon world also collapsed. Endless true demon powers burst forth and gathered towards that withered well. Then, the third true demon world, the fourth true demon world, and so on. One after another, the true demon world collapsed. This was the heaven and earth annihilation. The destructive power that erupted from each true demon world was unimaginably powerful. The eternal great demon wanted to make use of the terrifying power released by the heaven and earth annihilation to kill Gu Fei. Unfortunately, wanting to kill Gu Fei like this was simply a fool's dream. The eternal great demon's 10 directions true demon world was actually forcefully destroyed by the 9 extreme heavens powers that erupted from Gu Fei's body. This caused the eternal great demon to be extremely shocked. 9 extreme heavens combine, kill. Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the 9 extreme heavens powers. The 9 powers were fusing and transforming. Boom! The 9 extreme heavens combined succeeded. Even within the primal chaos world, the entire primal chaos chi started to boil. Without any suspense, the eternal true demon was sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on his chest. His entire body was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, and his fleshly body almost shattered. Preposterous! The eternal great demon was truly depressed to the extreme. He couldn't even win against a fellow who hadn't even crossed his tribulation. I can't even kill you like this? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He was very clear about how terrifying his 9 extreme heavens combined was. Ordinary eternal realm existences weren't a match for a 9 extreme heavens warrior. This time, the eternal great demon couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 46-36. With the 9 extremities combined, he was invincible. The power of this battle technique that Gu Fei had created in the eternal realm was simply too frightening. Even an eternal demon had been destroyed by a single punch. Not even his primordial spirit had been able to escape. When an eternal paragon died, heaven and earth sensed it. This seemingly broken world actually began to rain heavily. Thunder rumbled through the 9 heavens, and bolts of lightning larger than mountains appeared in the sky. Undergoing tribulation in this desolate world was definitely not Gu Fei's choice. He took out the all-sky wheel and used it to return to the primogenitor's realm. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky above the ancestral realm. He sensed a torrential aura of the great Tao descend from the sky. Without hesitation, he undid the seal on his body, and the aura of an eternal realm erupted from his body. Rumble! An incomparably shocking sound of thunder came from the sky. Then, tribulation clouds appeared in the sky one after another. A terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. Someone's undergoing tribulation. The old-timers in the ancestral realm exclaimed, "Too strong." The old-timers in the ancestral realm were all shocked beyond belief. No one dared to attack Gu Fei again. Rumble! Soon, endless tribulation lightning descended from the sky, drowning Gu Fei. The terrifying aura of destruction swept out in all directions. All of the powerful beings in the ancestral realm looked up into the sky, shocked to the extreme. On this day, countless old-timers in seclusion leaped out, alarmed by the eternal heavenly tribulation. It's him? Someone sensed Gu Fei's aura. However, Gu Fei had many enemies in the ancestral realm, especially the ancestral demons. The Li clan of the southern domain, the Celestials, and the Chu clan all had great enmity with Gu Fei. However, none of them dared to offend Gu Fei again. If they offended this peerless killer again, they might really be exterminated by him. This little guy. In an unknown city in the ancestral realm, a middle-aged man who was buying sesame seed cake suddenly looked up. His gaze seemed to pass through the endless void and land on Gu Fei. In a city in the central region of the ancestral realm, a middle-aged man who was helping people read fortunes by the side of the street, suddenly stood up and packed up his stall. He took a step forward and instantly arrived near Gu Fei. He's actually still alive? The primogenitor, the first devil, died for nothing. The fortune teller looked at Gu Fei, who was bathed in tribulation lightning, and suddenly sighed. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed over with a butcher knife in hand. This little guy is awesome. The middle-aged butcher gave Gu Fei, who was in the middle of the tribulation lightning, a thumbs up. None of them could have imagined that the first devil of the primogenitor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and force him into the cycle of reincarnation. Not only had he not died, but he had returned to the primogenitor's realm and was undergoing his eternal tribulation. Why isn't the bastard who bought the sesame seed cake here yet? The pork guy said impatiently. He's coming. He's coming. He's carrying a load and can't walk fast. Sorry. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. The fortune teller and pork guy looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sesame seed cake guy carrying his sesame seed cake pole, walking over at a steady pace. Hurry up and stabilize the surroundings. Otherwise, if this little guy's eternal tribulation fully erupts, all living beings within a radius of billions of miles will suffer. After saying that, the fortune teller threw the banner in his hand. The fortune-telling banner flew out and pierced the void in the north, stabilizing that part of the void. The pork guy didn't hesitate and threw the butcher knife in his hand as well. The slightly rusty butcher knife shot into the sky and hovered in the east. The eternal power that erupted from the butcher knife froze the void. Sigh. This little guy really knows how to cause trouble. The sesame seed cake guy said, putting down the sesame seed cake and throwing the pole in his hand. The seemingly ordinary pole shot towards the south, stabilizing the void there. The three eternal Tao treasures froze the void around Gu Fei in a triangular formation, preventing the power of the eternal tribulation from erupting and destroying the area. This little guy has quite the ability to stir up trouble. The pork guy pursed his lips. I had thought that I would never be able to return. To think that this little guy is still alive. The fortune teller stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Return? Are you sure? The sesame seed cake guy looked at the fortune teller. Don't you want to return? The fortune teller asked. I want to. I want to die. I want to see my child. My child's talent is definitely not inferior to this little guy's. So many years have passed. My child must have cultivated to the eternal stratum by now. The sesame seed cake guy sighed, a pained expression on his face. Be it the eternal paragons or the others, they all had some thoughts and concerns. The fortune teller, the pork guy, and the sesame seed cake guy were all the same. Return. I want to kill everyone. The pork guy roared domineeringly. These three guys all had their own stories, and they all wanted to return. However, countless years had passed, and they simply could not find the way back. The reappearance of Gu Fei gave them hope. Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the void, enduring the baptism of the endless tribulation lightning. His expression was indifferent. The terrifying tribulation lightning that could kill in extreme supremacy was like scratching an itch when it landed on his body. He was even refining the power of the tribulation lightning for his own use. Yin-yang tribulation lightning, heavenly fire tribulation lightning, 9 firmaments God annihilating tribulation lightning. All kinds of tribulation lightning that were rarely seen appeared and blasted Gu Fei's body. Not difficult at all. Gu Fei was very bored. Yes, he was really bored. After his cultivation broke through to the eternal stratum, he was surprised to find that his eternal martial body had transformed much more thoroughly than the last time. This might be the result of recultivation. When he reached the top again, he would find that the scenery above the top had become even more beautiful. If the three guys outside knew that Gu Fei was being struck by lightning in a very boring manner, they would definitely spit out their food. Others had a slim chance of surviving the tribulation, but he was very bored. He was bombarded by the eternal tribulation thunder for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did the eternal tribulation thunder gradually recede. Then, one after another, imprints of the great path descended from the sky and turned into powerful figures that charged at him. This trick again. I say, Great Path Boss, can't you come up with something new? Gu Fei was speechless. Tribulation transcendence was always this routine. He was tired of it. He directly released the eternal divine light to protect himself and continued to sit cross-legged in the void, letting the figures formed by the great path imprints attack him. He was too lazy to make a move. The incarnations of the great path imprints attacked Gu Fei in a frenzy. However, these incarnations of the great path imprints could not even break through Gu Fei's eternal divine light and were all blocked outside. Gu Fei was attacked by these peerless figures formed by the great path imprints for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, these peerless figures also returned to the great path. The great path seemed to be impatient and actually made a move personally. A terrible destructive aura spread in all directions, and a terrifying hand of the great path directly grabbed at Gu Fei. It's starting to get a little interesting. Gu Fei stood up and stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the huge hand that descended from the sky. To be precise, it was the hand of the great path of destruction. It could destroy everything, including the eternal sovereign. Chapter 46-37. Bang! Gu Fei finally made his move. He met the descending Taoist hand with a palm strike. Then, in the next moment, boundless energy waves surged between the heavens and the earth. The two forces collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. If it weren't for the 3 eternal-level existences suppressing this part of the world, the area within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles would have been smashed to pieces. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to see his strongest enemy in the past, the first demon progenitor. Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that this was the power of the heavenly tribulation affecting him. The eternal tribulation's power had manifested his strongest enemy. Gu Fei, do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. The first demon progenitor appeared in front of Gu Fei with a sinister smile. You're long dead. This is just a mark you left on the Taoist. Gu Fei knew that the first demon progenitor had used his life to start the cycle of reincarnation. He was dead for sure. He couldn't even cultivate the ghost Tao. The first demon progenitor in front of him was just a mark he left on the Taoist wound. Whoosh! A demonic rune suddenly appeared on the forehead of the first demon progenitor's clone. The mysterious demonic rune fired a demonic ray at Gu Fei. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used his full strength to fight the first demon progenitor's clone. He didn't dare to be careless. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. An unfathomable power emanated from his palm. The void in front of his palm trembled violently. A divine light surged out and rushed forward. The demonic light that shot out was annihilated in an endless expanse of divine light. The first demon progenitor's clone sneered. A true demon world appeared around him. This move again? Gu Fei was speechless. Rumble. In the true devil world, devil stars fell from the sky one after another. The blood-colored devil light illuminated the entire world. In the blood light, the entire true devil world was dyed with a layer of demonic blood. The entire world was shaking. Above the sky, many demon marks appeared, like a boundless demon net, enveloping the entire true devil world. Under the blessing of the great Tao, the primogenitor's incarnation had reached an unimaginable level of power. Practically no one in the world could compete with it. Gu Fei knew that he had originally wanted to peacefully pass the eternal tribulation. However, the bitter battle had already begun. Rumble. The pitch-black demonic hand shrouded the heavens and earth as it headed straight for Gu Fei. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. With just a thought, he soared into the sky and charged towards the demon hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! The demon hand, which was powerful enough to injure an eternal-level creature, was smashed apart by him. Even the demonic figure in the sky was smashed apart by Gu Fei. Then, the true devil world formed by the first demon progenitor's incarnation collapsed. A great Tao mark soared into the sky and returned to the great Tao. Your main body wasn't my match back then, let alone a mark you left on the great Tao. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. However, in the next moment, he had no choice but to get serious. One after another, powerful figures walked out from the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 36 incarnations? Gu Fei was stunned. The primogenitor's realm actually produced so many eternal-level creatures in the past? If the first demon progenitor's incarnation was included, it would be 37 incarnations. 37 eternal-level creatures. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. If he hadn't come to the primogenitor's realm to undergo the eternal heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't have known that the primogenitor's realm was once so glorious. It actually produced 37 eternal supremes. Wait, why does that incarnation look so familiar? Gu Fei stared at one of the incarnations. Damn it, isn't that me? No wonder it looks so familiar. Great Tao, are you trying to stir up trouble? Even my incarnation has been mobilized? Gu Fei was speechless. When he achieved eternal supremes, he also left a great Tao mark in the primogenitor's realm. This great Tao mark wouldn't disappear just because its original owner died. Aya, this little guy is playing a little too big this time. The pork guy and the others, who were watching from the side, were also dumbfounded. Even they didn't know that there were so many eternal-level creatures in this world. The bigger he plays, the higher his achievements will be, the fortune-teller sighed. Even when he was undergoing the eternal heavenly tribulation, he didn't compete with the great Tao marks left on the great Tao by dozens of experts. Ordinary eternal heavenly tribulations would attract 3 or 4 great Tao incarnations, which was already very abnormal. But now, Gu Fei had attracted 37 great Tao marks at once. Moreover, one of the great Tao incarnations was his. The show was about to start. The sesame seed cake guy moved a stool over and watched the show while eating melons. Boom! Without any words, the 36 incarnations rushed forward and instantly sent Gu Fei flying. Each of the incarnations formed by the 36 great Tao marks was extremely powerful. It was as if their true bodies were attacking Gu Fei. Again. Although Gu Fei was sent flying and coughed up blood, his fighting spirit was still strong. The stronger Gu Fei was, the stronger he became. He fought against the 36 clones. This was definitely the most tragic battle he had encountered in his life. He didn't know how many times his body had been shattered, but he was still reforming his martial body in an instant to fight against the incarnations again. As one incarnation after another was beaten back to the great Tao by Gu Fei, the pressure on Gu Fei began to gradually decrease. He fought against the incarnations until the void was collapsing and the world was boiling. In the end, the other incarnations were beaten back to the great Tao, but his own incarnation was not beaten back to the great Tao. This was formed by the mark he left on the great Tao when he was undergoing the eternal heavenly tribulation. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei directly fought against his own incarnation. Soon, there was a flash of blood. Gu Fei's right arm was torn off by his opponent, and his left hand instantly pierced through the chest of the incarnation. Bang! Gu Fei's incarnation was directly shattered, and a great Tao mark flew back to the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei thought he could take a breather, but in the next moment, the entire great Tao was obliterating him. It was terrifying. Humph. Chapter 46-38. Gu Fei's eternal heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. At the very least, the pork guy and the others who were watching from the outside were terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would die if he wasn't careful. However, Gu Fei's tenacity far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, even the great Tao took action. The great Tao was an existence that surpassed the ancestral realm. There was no good or evil in it, but Gu Fei's strength threatened the great Tao. Out of an instinctive reaction to the threat, the great Tao erupted with unprecedented power. Then, tragedy befell Gu Fei. This world isn't simple. The pork guy and the others gained a new understanding of the ancestral realm. At this moment, the Yi family's primogenitor arrived. Yi Qingtian, ancient overlord, demon ancestor Hun Tian, and almost all the supremacies of the ancestral realm were here. Powerful figures appeared outside the place where Gu Fei was undergoing his tribulation. No one dared to approach, so they watched from afar. They didn't even notice the pork guy and the others who were standing in the void closest to Gu Fei's tribulation. These annoying bugs. The pork guy looked around and couldn't help but frown. Given their cultivation, even supremacies wouldn't be able to sense their existence if they wanted to. If they wanted to, they could destroy these bugs with a single slap. This was the power and terror of an eternal supremacy. What's going on? I can't sense that little guy's aura anymore. Yes, there's still a faint trace of his spirit. The pork guy, the sesame seed guy, and the fortune teller were all shocked. Gu Fei, who was undergoing his tribulation, had disappeared. However, the heavenly tribulation was still there. Although Gu Fei wasn't dead yet, he was in an extremely dangerous state. He had been severely injured by the great Tao. His martial body had turned to ashes, and his spirit had been severely injured. He was on the verge of death. Rebirth with a thought. Gu Fei's figure reappeared in the world. His spirit was rapidly recovering, and his martial body was also reforming. In an instant, he had returned to his strongest state. The eyes of the pork boss and the others almost fell out of their sockets. This guy was clearly heavily injured, and even his soul had almost been destroyed. There was only an extremely weak sliver of his aura left. But who would have thought that with just a thought, Gu Fei would be reborn? This little guy is awesome, the pork guy exclaimed. Maybe this little guy can really bring us back. The fortune teller nodded. Go back. The sesame seed cake guy was in a daze. They were not natives of ancestral plane. Rather, they were from another world. That world was known as Eternal World. Truth be told, they were exiled from that world. It was definitely not going to be easy to go back. Boom! A loud noise echoed out, and the area where the three eternal paragons had frozen the void began to shake. Then, Gu Fei disappeared again. This time, he disappeared even more thoroughly. Even the presence of his primordial spirit could not be sensed. It was as if his body and soul had truly been destroyed. This time, it took a while for Gu Fei to revive. He had cultivated the Supreme Tao Ancestors' 9 secrets of immortal Tao. When the 9 secrets were combined, he would be undying and indestructible. This was an undying cultivation method. Gu Fei was destroyed 49 times in a row. Every time he was reborn, his martial body would grow a lot stronger. The 49 times of killing had transformed his martial body to a peerlessly terrifying level. On the 49th attack, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. His consciousness became incomparably clear. It felt as if his soul had been transformed and sublimated. It was as if he had entered a new world, a brand new world. This was the perfect opening of the martial body's treasury. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. The terrifying sound waves spread out, shaking the entire world. Those who had been watching from afar were also affected, and they all retreated even further away. At this time, the terrifying aura in the sky gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The eternal heavenly tribulation was finally over. Right now, Gu Fei felt as if he was filled with power. He felt as if he could destroy the entire primogenitor realm with just a wave of his hand. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Pork Dude, Fried Cake Dude, and the fortune teller appeared in front of Gu Fei at the same time. You guys, Gu Fei was shocked. He had already sensed their presence, but he didn't expect them to be dressed like this. Butcher, Fried Cake Dude, and fortune teller. These were the most ordinary people in this world. Every human city had these 3 types of people. Indeed, the great secluded themselves in the city. Gu Fei sighed. Haha, you will soon know who we are. Pork Dude laughed, and the fortune teller waved his right hand, and the entire world changed. They appeared in a world that looked like an immortal realm. The spiritual energy here was so vast that they could see it with their naked eyes. This is the eternal heaven, a world created by the 3 of us. The fortune teller explained. Eternal heaven? Hearing this, Gu Fei was taken aback. These 3 fellows were all existences in the eternal realm. Yet, the 3 of them had actually joined forces to open up such a world? He could sense that this world was actually a perfect world. If he cultivated here, he would be able to reach the extreme Tao realm. They were in a valley, where there were stone tables and benches. Under the flowering trees, there were delicacies, wine, and all kinds of immortal fruits. Come, come, come. Have a look at our skills. Pork Dude said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was stunned. Were these the lofty eternal supremes? These three fellows were too ordinary. The three eternal realm existences set up a banquet to celebrate Gu Fei's success in transcending the tribulation. Gu Fei knew that these guys were being so polite for no reason. They must have something they wanted him to do for them. Who cares? I'll eat first. This was a banquet set up by eternal realm existences. The ingredients used were the best, such as golden crow leg, dragon liver, and phoenix marrow, roasted chilen claw, dragon turtle egg, and many others. The dishes on the table left Gu Fei dumbfounded. He didn't stand on ceremony and ate a big meal. It was delicious. This was definitely the best meal he had ever eaten. After 3 rounds of wine, the real business came. Brother Old Gu, we have a favor to ask of you. I hope you won't refuse. Pork Dude put down his bowl and said, Just say it. Gu Fei said heroically, Haha, good. We didn't misjudge you. Pork Dude laughed. It's like this. The pork man began to tell his story. Thus, Gu Fei found out about their origins. All 3 of them were from Eternal World. Additionally, they were expelled from Eternal World. They wanted Gu Fei to help them return to Eternal World. Haha, that's easy. Gu Fei agreed. Easy? Pork Dude and the others exchanged glances. If it was easy, they would not have been trapped in the primogenitor's world for so long. What they did not know was that Gu Fei's Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion contained a portal to Eternal World. If you don't believe me, follow me. Gu Fei took out the Myriad Worlds wheel. The next moment, he mobilized the Myriad Worlds wheel and they disappeared into the void. Soon, they appeared in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion. This is the aura of Eternal World. Chapter 46-39. Before the cultivators of Eternal World appeared in the myriad celestial planes, neither the cultivators from the primordial world nor the ancestral world knew that there was a supreme world above the primal world. The existence of Eternal World posed a great threat to the myriad celestial planes. There were countless powerful creatures in Eternal World. Should the experts of Eternal World be able to freely enter and exit the myriad celestial planes, the myriad celestial planes would become a hunting ground for the top forces of Eternal World. Although Gu Fei was unwilling to admit it, he knew all too well what kind of threat the higher worlds posed to the lower worlds. He needed allies. His strength alone was too weak. In the face of the top forces of Eternal World, he was simply not strong enough. The true top forces of Eternal World were not existences that the eternal godly dynasty could hope to match. Even the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty was only at the starter-level eternal stage. Thanks to his eternal grade Tao artifact, Gu Fei was able to fight the primogenitor to the death and chase him back to Eternal World. There was no need for him to fear the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty. He was also at the starter-level eternal stage. If the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty were to come again, he was confident that he could beat him up. At that moment, 4 figures were standing atop a mountain within the Chaos Immortal Mansion. You fellows want to return to Eternal World? For me, that is too easy. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at the 3 eternal autarchs. This, Pork Bro and the others exchanged glances, dumbfounded. What was going on? Did those fellows from Eternal World find a way to enter the myriad celestial planes? Naturally, the big shots of Eternal World knew about the existence of the myriad celestial planes. However, they did not understand why the cultivators of Eternal World could not freely enter the myriad celestial planes. Eternal World appeared to be a supreme world that existed independently from the myriad celestial planes. Naturally, the great figures of Eternal World were unwilling to just be the overlords of Eternal World. Thus, they wanted to expand into other worlds. However, it was very difficult for them to descend to other worlds from Eternal World. A careless mistake could result in their deaths. Back then, in order to find a way to enter the myriad celestial planes, the top forces of Eternal World had joined forces and found a way. However, this path was extremely dangerous. Back then, Pork Guy and the others had entered the primogenitor's realm through this path. They had risked their lives to come to the primogenitor's world. Then, they discovered that they couldn't go back. Back then, They had been unwilling to become cannon fodder for some people. Fighting for those people was the equivalent of being exiled. Due to that, they hated certain people from Eternal World bitterly. It's the aura of the celestial continent, the pork guy suddenly said. Celestial continent? The fortune teller frowned when he heard that. In the past, there were no peak powers in the celestial continent. But now that countless years had passed, no one knew what the current situation was like in the celestial continent. Seniors, do you want to go back immediately, or do you want to stay here for a while? Goofei said. There was nothing between the pork man and the fortune teller. After figuring out the current situation in Eternal World, returning was the safest choice. However, the Xiaobing seller was eager to return. I'll scout for you. The Xiaobing seller didn't want to wait any longer. The pork man and the fortune teller exchanged glances. After pondering for a moment, they nodded their heads. They had a lot of enemies in Eternal World. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured and thrown into the primogenitor's realm as cannon fodder. The one who captured them back then was a ruthless person who had once ruled over 1/10 of Eternal World's territory. An overlord like him was a terrifying existence. All these years, they had spent an endless amount of effort to break the seal that ruthless person had placed on them. By doing so, they would be able to break free from that ruthless person's control. However, they didn't want to take the risk. The Xiaobing seller handed a jade talisman to Gu Fei. It was a boundary talisman forged from divine, undying jade. This boundary talisman could allow one to pass through various boundary walls. With this boundary talisman, one could freely travel through the myriad worlds. This was even more useful than Gu Fei's myriad worlds wheel. Moreover, this boundary talisman could also allow for cross-boundary voice transmission. Only a peerless existence in the eternal stage could create such a heaven-defying item. Gu Fei played with the jade talisman for a moment before carefully putting it away. This is a good item. I'll study it later and see if I can make a large number of copies and give them to others. That way, it will be much more convenient for me to contact others. After that, the Xiaobing seller bade farewell to Gu Fei and the others and left. Not long after, a major event happened in the immortal continent of Eternal World. The Eternal Godly Dynasty's primogenitor had died in his secluded cultivation retreat. In the beginning, the Eternal Godly Dynasty wanted to keep the news under wraps. However, it didn't take long before the news of the Eternal Godly Dynasty's primogenitor's death spread and shook the entire immortal continent. Without the protection of the Eternal Godly Dynasty's primogenitor, the Eternal Godly Dynasty was on the verge of collapse. In the end, the people from the martial extreme immortal sect had to step forward and force back those fellows who wanted to attack the Eternal Godly Dynasty. The martial extreme immortal sect was different from the Eternal Godly Dynasty. It was the top faction in Eternal World. After the Xiaobing seller left, Gu Fei brought the fortune teller and the butcher into his palace that floated above the 9 heavens. The butcher and the fortune teller stayed at Gu Fei's place. By the time Gu Fei returned to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the battle for the Great Path Golden Lotuses had come to an end. Most of the Great Path Golden Lotuses had been taken by others. Even the old tortoise had gone into seclusion. Moreover, the old tortoise's place of seclusion was in the first layer of the seal above the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, Yin was in the ancestral prime mountains of the primordial realm, fighting against the heavenly tribulation. Endless tribulation lightning raged above the ancestral prime mountains for 3 days and 3 nights. Endless tribulation lightning rained down, turning the place where Yin was into a barren desert. Yin survived the tribulation lightning. Next, it was the test of the Great Path brand. One blurry figure after another walked down from the sky, each of them bursting with powerful energy waves. A total of 9 figures walked down from the sky. Boom! The aura bursting from the 9 figures was extremely violent, forming a kind of energy tide that swept in all directions. Come on! Yin-Er's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. She knew that this would be the most dangerous wave of the heavenly tribulation. If she could survive it, she would become the youngest extreme grade supremacy in the entire universe. A great battle broke out. Yin-Er was not afraid at all. Soon, she was injured. The situation did not look good. Chapter 4640. The Ancestral Origin Mountains of the Primordial World. This was where the Earth's ancestral vein was located. The power of the laws of the world was the strongest here. Yen-Er had chosen to undergo her tribulation here because the laws of the world were the strongest here. Only then could she become the strongest extreme-grade sovereign. At this time, Yen-Er faced the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. This was the seal of the 9 experts above the heavenly way being triggered. The incarnations of the 9 strongest extreme way supremes in the history of the primordial world appeared in the world. At that moment, all living beings in the ancestral origin mountains were extremely terrified. Who's undergoing the tribulation? Powerful figures appeared one after another outside the ancestral origin mountains. Yen-Er's tribulation had caused too much of a commotion, so much so that all the extreme-grade sovereigns in the primordial world were alarmed. Some descended with their consciousnesses, while others even arrived in person. In the distant sky, a resplendent divine hall hovered there. Within the endless golden light, one could vaguely see the figure of a golden crow. The master of the gold divine hall that hasn't appeared for 10,000 years is here too? Someone exclaimed. The gold divine hall was renowned in the primordial world. It was the sacred hall of the golden crows. The golden crows were a powerful race that had a supreme great ancestor. The master of the gold divine hall was the supreme great ancestor of the golden crows. In another direction, a black mountain with a monstrous black aura floated in the sky. An extremely terrifying cold aura spread out from the black mountain, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. That's the divine mountain of the moon, someone exclaimed. The divine mountain of the moon divine race was the sacred mountain of the moon divine race. The moon divine race was said to have existed since the beginning of the world. They were one of the most ancient races in the primordial world. There were also a few ancient antiques that had been famous for countless years outside the ancestral origin mountains. Even the imperial lord of the Pingtian divine dynasty had come. With 9 dragons pulling a carriage, the imperial lords might shook the world. The ancestors of the Heavens Equal Sect, Wuji Palace, Chaotic War God Hall, Blood Prison Demon Palace, and Taiyu Sacred Land had come as well. These great sects had suffered heavy losses in the chaotic immortal mansion world. Back then, countless divine sons and saintesses had died. Even these super forces had suffered great losses. Who was that guy? Everyone was curious as to who was going through the tribulation. The extreme Tao heavenly tribulation had a great impact on the heavenly Tao. Even in the primal beginning realm, with its incomparably powerful heavenly Tao, it would take a very long time to recover. As for the primordial beginning realm, it had been nearly 30,000 years since anyone had become an extreme-grade paragon. The extreme Tao heavenly tribulation seemed to have become a legend in the grand beginning realm. However, today, the extreme path heavenly tribulation had reappeared, and someone was actually undergoing the tribulation in the ancestral origin mountains. The ancestral origin mountain range was not an ordinary place. Those who chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation here were all monstrous geniuses who possessed great willpower and wisdom and had extremely firm Tao hearts. Furthermore, the ancestral origin mountain range was the only place in the entire primal beginning realm that could produce the strongest extreme grade exalts. Humph! Achieving the strongest extreme Tao is easier said than done. The sect master of heaven, Equal Sect, stared at the tribulation clouds above the ancestral Yuan mountain range and sneered. How do you know the person inside won't succeed? A figure shrouded in chaotic aura said disapprovingly. Since ancient times, only great Emperor Zhu Yuan has succeeded in undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the ancestral Yuan mountain range and became a supreme great emperor among the extreme grade paragons. Do you think the person inside is even more amazing than great Emperor Zhu Yuan? The sect master of heaven Equal Sect sneered. Everything is possible. I believe we will know the results soon. An old voice rang out. A senile old man holding a walking stick walked over from the distance step by step. The sect master of heaven Equal Sect and the middle-aged man shrouded in chaotic aura were very respectful when they saw the old man. Greetings, great emperor. The sect master of heaven Equal Sect and the middle-aged man in black hurriedly bowed to the old man. The old man was actually Great Emperor Zhu Yuan. Great Emperor Zhu Yuan was the strongest existence in the primal beginning realm. All the extreme grade paragons were juniors in front of him because his cultivation was the strongest. Although Great Emperor Zhu Yuan was still alive, he had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. He had never accepted a disciple and was a loner. However, no one dared to look down on him. After all, he was an invincible great emperor. Who would dare to provoke a great emperor? The surrounding extreme grade paragons hurriedly rushed over and bowed to Great Emperor Zhu Yuan. No one dared to be negligent. Although Great Emperor Zhu Yuan looked like he had one foot in the grave, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. In his eyes, extreme grade paragons were just living beings that were slightly stronger than ants. I didn't expect such a rising star to appear in the primal beginning realm, Great Emperor Zhu Yuan said calmly. However, he never expected that Yin-Er was not from the primal beginning realm. At this time, Yin-Er was fighting against the 9 clones. Powerful energy ripples spread out, causing even the void to tremble. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared one after another. Bam! Yin-Er's shoulder was punched by one of the clones. In the next moment, her entire shoulder exploded and she was sent flying. However, Yin-Er's injury was healed in just a breath or two. At Yin-Er's realm, it was not difficult to be reborn from a single drop of blood. However, when the 9 clones attacked at the same time, even Yin-Er found it difficult to resist. Her body was constantly being blasted apart and reconstructed. Under the baptism of the power of the heavenly tribulation, her flesh and soul gradually transformed towards the extreme grade paragons. At the place where Yin-Er was undergoing her tribulation, a divine sword floated in the void. It was an inconspicuous sword, but it had become Yin-Er's trump card at this moment. While Yin-Er was undergoing her tribulation, Gu Ling was also undergoing her tribulation. She had chosen the primal beginning realm, so Gu Fei had sent Di Jiutian to protect her. Di Jiutian was at the quasi-eternal realm. With him around, even Yi Qingtian would not dare to touch Gu Ling. Anyone who obtained the Great Path Golden Lotus in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world would choose to go into seclusion. It should be known that the Great Path Golden Lotus could only exist for 49 days. If the time was up and the Great Path Golden Lotus had not been refined, then nothing would be obtained. As for Gu Fei, he was accompanying the butcher and the fortune teller, the 2 eternal paragons. He was constantly asking the 2 eternal paragons for advice on cultivation. He was a newbie, but these 2 eternal paragons had lived for countless years. They were veteran eternal paragons. The 2 of them did not try to hide anything. To be able to form a good relationship with Gu Fei was something they could not ask for more. They had long since realized that Gu Fei was someone with great luck. Under the guidance of the 2 veteran eternal paragons, Gu Fei's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. It was then that the eternal paragon who had entered Eternal World to buy the sesame seed cake finally sent them a message. Chapter 46-41. For Gu Fei, Eternal World was also a mysterious world. Before finding out about Eternal World, he had assumed that the primogenitor realm was the most perfect world. After all, the primogenitor realm was a primal world. It was the myriad celestial worlds born from the primogenitor realm. The myriad celestial worlds was a collective term. Perhaps it could be described as a great thousand worlds. The primogenitor realm was the origin. From the primogenitor realm came a great thousand worlds. The primogenitor realm was also the primogenitor realm. From the primogenitor realm, another great thousand worlds could be born. That was the truth. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the great thousand worlds. Gu Fei knew that there were definitely more than 2 primogenitor realms in the world. And now, however, a world of a higher level than the primogenitor realm had appeared. Eternal World. Surprisingly, there were many eternal level life forms in Eternal World. Seeing that shocked Gu Fei. Since ancient times, the number of eternal level life forms born in a world like the primogenitor realm could be counted on one's fingers. And yet, there were so many eternal level life forms in Eternal World. For Gu Fei, this was simply unimaginable. It was then that the eternal autarch who had left to enter eternal world finally used a dimensional talisman to send a message back. Seeing that, Gu Fei and the others grew excited. The information that the eternal autarch sent back was quite a bit. However, after reading the information from the dimensional talisman, Gu Fei finally gained a certain understanding of eternal world. This so-called eternal world turned out to be a boundless world. There was no end to this world. Not even eternal level life forms could reach the end of this world. Not even eternal level life forms could reach the end of this world. That was terrifying. Eternal level life forms were peerless existences. They could kill off extreme Tao Supremes like they were killing chickens. An eternal level life form entering the primogenitor realm was enough to sweep through the entire world. An infinitely big world. Interesting. In the future, this will be my stage. Gu Fei became somewhat excited. Such a grand stage was more suitable for him. The present primogenitor realm and primogenitor realm were too small for him. The primordial world and primogenitor world were just small ponds while eternal world was an endless ocean. It was no wonder those divine sons and divine daughters from eternal world simply did not care about the living creatures from the four great worlds. They were used to being at the top. How could the living creatures from a small pond in a small place like this be worthy of their attention? However, the creatures of eternal world could never have imagined that a WYRM could be born from a small pond. Moreover, a monstrous character like Gu Fei had appeared. At this moment, 3 people were seated in a temple high above the 9 heavens of the world of the primal chaos immortal estate. Damn it! That madman killed that kid from the eternal divine dynasty in such a short time. Isn't he afraid of attracting the attention of those old farts? The butcher roared angrily. Low profile? F***CK. I've been low profile for countless years. It wasn't without reason that he chose to become a butcher. He feared that the cultivators from eternal world would enter the primogenitor plane again to kill him. He had been butchering pigs for countless years. Now, the sight of a pig made him want to vomit. He had not butchered pigs for many years, but he could not change his habit. His pig slaughtering knife, in particular, had been refined into an eternal-level pig slaughtering knife through painstaking efforts. So what if he's killed? The fortune-teller said disapprovingly. The immortal continent is in chaos now. We can take this opportunity to return. The fortune-teller said after some thought. You mean, this is an opportunity? The butcher's eyes lit up. It's time to return, the fortune-teller said indifferently. The butcher nodded, then turned to look at Gu Fei. Little brother, do you want to return with us? Gu Fei was very tempted, but he could not do so now. He still had many things to deal with. Be it the human world, the primogenitor plane, or the other worlds, he had to settle all of them before he could leave. After all, once he left, there was no telling when he would be able to return. Very well then. When you arrive at the eternal world, use the dimensional talisman to contact us. The butcher said to Gu Fei. Next, he and the fortune-teller bid farewell to Gu Fei. Truth be told, they were also anxious to return. Since they had received the news from the Xiaobing seller, how could they just sit around? All right, have a safe trip. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He personally brought the 2 of them to a teleportation array. The 2 eternal existences stepped into the teleportation array, leaving the chaos immortal mansion world and returning to eternal world. With the return of these 2 ferocious characters, a storm of blood would surely rise within eternal world. Who knows how many living beings would suffer from it? Naturally, that was not something that Gu Fei could imagine. After sending the 2 of them off, Gu Fei's thought enveloped the entire chaos immortal mansion world. Everything within the chaos immortal mansion world appeared within his mind. That Tong Yu is truly a monster. Through his senses, he could sense that the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world was filled with traps. That freak Tong Yu had actually transformed the entire world into a world of traps. Tong Yu's objective was very simple. He wanted to harvest lives. As long as it was a life form that made its way into the chaos immortal mansion world, he wanted to harvest them all. Naturally, Tong Yu was now in a tragic state. He had been subdued by Gu Fei and became Gu Fei's subordinate. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that almost all of the divine sons and holy daughters from Eternal World had disappeared from the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. The cultivators from Eternal World had all retreated? Gu Fei could not be bothered with them. He could sense that there were still a considerable number of Grand Tao Golden Lotuses within the Chaos Immortal Mansion world that had yet to be obtained. Those Grand Tao Golden Lotuses had all fallen into danger zones. Those places were all traps that Tongyu had set up. Anyone who entered would die. In those danger zones, there were mountains of corpses. In order to obtain the Grand Tao Golden Lotuses, who knew how many people had died in Tongyu's traps? Gu Fei shook his head. This was the price of becoming an extreme-grade paragon. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he used a great divine ability to reconstruct this world. Rumble. The entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world shook. Beams of divine light shot out from every corner of the world. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the lakes and seas churned. Earth veins swam across the earth like great dragons. The terrain of the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world was changing. The traps that Tongyu had spent a great deal of effort to set up were all reduced to ashes. All the living beings in this world were stunned by this earth-shattering scene. At that moment, the Grand Tao Golden Lotuses that had fallen into the danger zones flew up again. They radiated with endless golden light, like little divine suns that adorned the void. Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, everyone rushed towards the Grand Tao Golden Lotuses as if they had gone mad. Ziyunxiao and his sister soared into the sky and snatched away 2 Grand Tao Golden Lotuses that had flown out of the collapsed danger zones. They were quite lucky to be in the vicinity of this danger zone. Yuan Hong, Gu Zhong, Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Huang, the Golden Goddess, and Azure Dragon, who had returned to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, all managed to snatch a Grand Tao Golden Lotus. The people of Eternal World had retreated. The people of the Primordial Beginning Realm had also retreated. Only the people of the human world and the heavenly realm were still holding on. Then, those who had held on until the end were finally lucky. Chapter 46-42. The Golden Lotuses of the Great Tao could only exist for 49 days. When the time was up, they would dissipate and return to the world. Those who obtained the Golden Lotuses of the Great Tao would immediately leave. They wanted to find a place to refine the Golden Lotuses of the Great Tao, break through the shackles of cultivation, and become an extreme Tao paragon. At this time, Gu Fei continued to transform the world and reconstruct it. The entire Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion had undergone a complete transformation. In the center of the world, a giant mountain had appeared. This mountain was the ancestral vein of the entire Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world. The peerlessly dangerous land had become a treasure land where spiritual energy gathered, and the terrifying land had become a picturesque paradise. All of this had happened with just a thought from Gu Fei. He was the ruler of this world. The feeling of controlling the entire world and being omnipotent left him somewhat obsessed. This was supreme power. The heavenly Tao of this Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world wasn't very complete. Gu Fei could only use his own Grand Tao nomological laws to repair the heavenly Tao. Too many people had died in this trial. Gu Fei was using the Great Path laws that had yet to dissipate from the bodies of those who had died here to repair the heavenly Tao. Countless powerful beings had fallen in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, but in the end, they had become nourishment for this world. It had to be known that even extreme Tao paragons had fallen here. Gu Fei didn't want to perfect the heavenly Tao of this Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world to the terrifying extent of the human realm. However, under his repair, this Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world could also give birth to extreme Tao paragons. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that there were still some Golden Lotuses of the Great Tao that hadn't been taken. He waved his sleeves and collected the Golden Lotuses of the Great Tao. After a day and a night, the transformation of the entire Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world was complete. The spiritual energy of the world had become much denser, and in some places, the spiritual energy had gathered to form spiritual lands and treasure lands. As the manager of this world, Tongyu had built a palace at the peak of the world's #1 divine mountain and lived there. With Gu Fei's current eternal realm cultivation, he could split open heaven and earth with a single thought. However, the primal chaos immortal mansion world was still a high-level world, and it took him a day to repair it. After doing all of this, he left the primal chaos immortal abode and entered the ancestral world. At this time, Gu Ling was undergoing tribulation in the eastern domain of the ancestral realm. Even with Di Jiotian's protection, there were still people who dared to sneak up on Gu Ling. Rumble, ancient spirit's extreme Tao heavenly tribulation was also freakishly fierce. After all, the southern domain was the place where Gu Fei had reached the extreme Tao, and the heavenly Tao here was branded with his mark. In fact, Gu Fei also knew the reason why his daughter chose to undergo her tribulation here. She wanted to surpass her father. Di Jiotian had killed all those who had interfered with ancient spirit's tribulation. He was a half-step into the eternal realm, and was virtually invincible in the primogenitor realm. In Di Jiotian's opinion, these people were extremely stupid. They were simply tired of living and wanted to die. Not only did Di Jiotian kill these people, but he also destroyed the forces behind these people. He wanted to use such a forceful method to intimidate everyone. Master. On a mountain peak near where Gu Ling was undergoing tribulation, Di Jiotian bowed respectfully to Gu Fei. Master was indeed master. Even though he had become a half-step into the eternal realm existence, in his eyes, Gu Fei was still an unreachable existence. You did well, Gu Fei said. He could sense that this world was recovering very quickly. Although he had just undergone his tribulation here, the heavenly Tao of this world had more or less recovered. In fact, when Gu Fei reached the eternal realm, he had actually given back some things to the world. The existence of the eternal realm could already change the heavenly Tao. It wasn't like an extreme Tao supremacy who would cause chaos in the heavenly Tao when they underwent tribulation. Moreover, this chaos wasn't something that an initial extreme Tao supremacy could fix. Ancient spirits' heavenly tribulation enveloped the entire area, causing countless living beings to be terrified to the extreme. Even the most ferocious of beasts were hiding in their nests, trembling in fear. How many years has it been since I last saw a heavenly tribulation of this level? In the distant sky, powerful figures were staring at Gu Ling, who was undergoing tribulation. The stronger the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation, the stronger Gu Ling's extreme Tao cultivation would be. I heard that this little girl is that person's daughter. Someone said something like that. Really? Someone doubted. Hee. Didn't you see the special characteristics of those who attacked just now? What special characteristics? They're all dead. Is that a special characteristic? Scram. These people all have a grudge against that person. Those who were watching Gu Ling's tribulation were discussing cautiously. Gu Fei definitely had many enemies in the ancestral realm. Back then, he had fought everywhere in the ancestral realm, and many extreme Tao supremacies had died at his hands. He had even killed a few supremacies. For example, the Li family's primogenitor, the Sky Clan Master, and the Chu family's old monster Chu were all supremacies. There were also the 12 supremacies of the ancestral realm. Of course, there were also the demons. However, the demons of the ancestral realm had already vanished into thin air. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of divine light blasted towards Gu Ling, who was undergoing tribulation. There was an item wrapped in the divine light. It was a huge hammer. An extremely powerful extreme Tao power erupted from the hammer, causing the entire sky and earth to shake. The sledgehammer directly broke through the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky and instantly arrived in front of Gu Ling. Just as the sledgehammer was about to smash Gu Ling to smithereens, the sledgehammer strangely froze in the air. Then, a huge hand reached out from afar and grabbed the sledgehammer. Gotcha! The sledgehammer was actually crushed by the big hand, and the huge burst of extreme Tao power was instantly devoured by the big hand. It's that person again. Those supreme martial artists who were watching the show from afar and eating melon seeds in boredom all looked at this scene in astonishment. Come out! At the same time, Di Jiotian reached out and grabbed the person who was hiding in the distant sky. The person struggled with all his might in the big hand, but it was all in vain. Di Jiotian clenched his hand, and the person was crushed in the void. Both his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. What a ruthless move! The Supreme Supremes who witnessed this scene were shocked to the extreme. Supreme Supremacies were simply weaker than ants in front of that person. This person killed Supreme Supremacies as if they were chickens. Chapter 46-43. Gu Ling's tribulation alarmed all the extreme Tao-grade life forms in the primogenitor realm. Some old antiques that had lived for countless years also jumped out. The southern region of the primogenitor realm was Gu Fei's territory. The Sky race, the Li race, and the Chu race had all been crippled by Gu Fei back then. Some of these three great races had moved away from their ancestral lands. Some, like the Li race, had stayed behind. The forces that Gu Fei had left in the primogenitor realm were guarded by the star beast Venerable, so no one dared to provoke them. After all, the star beast was a supremacy lord existence. There weren't many supremacy lords in the entire primogenitor realm. Of course, the star beast Venerable and the others weren't in a good situation in the primogenitor realm either. They had too many enemies, and since those people couldn't do it in the open, they resorted to doing it in the dark. The primogenitor demons, in particular, would attack them from time to time. Although the star beast Venerable and the others weren't afraid of them, they were still annoyed. Now that Gu Fei had returned, everything had changed. The star beast Venerable and the others realized that they had made the right choice back then. They would follow Gu Fei and conquer the world. They would stand at the peak of the myriad realms. However, the star beast Venerable and the others didn't know that Gu Fei's eyes were no longer on the myriad realms. Gu Fei still had things to worry about in the myriad realms, so he naturally couldn't just leave like that. Even Gu Fei didn't know when he would return. He had to settle everything before he left so that he wouldn't have any worries. His daughter Gu Ling's tribulation was the most important thing right now. Rumble. The tribulation clouds were vast and mighty, shrouding an entire region. Endless lightning flashed within the tribulation clouds, and a terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. At that moment, the person who had dared to sneak an attack on Gu Ling, who was undergoing tribulation, was killed by Di Jiutian. Di Jiutian simply didn't care who that person was or what his background was. He immediately destroyed that person's body and soul. He was killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. He was clearly telling those with ulterior motives that whoever dared to sneak an attack on Gu Ling would die. Yin Gu Fei suddenly thought of his wife. With a thought, he enveloped the entire primogenitor world. He could not sense Yin-Er's existence. Yin-Er was also going to transcend the tribulation. Soon, he sensed the exact location of his 9 heavenly star sword. Gu Fei locked onto that position and teleported away, disappearing from the primogenitor's realm. Master, Di Jiutian was shocked to see Gu Fei disappear in front of him. Even though he was in the half-step eternal realm, he couldn't see how Gu Fei left. The current Gu Fei only needed to make a simple deduction to figure out where the 9 heavenly star sword was. When Gu Fei arrived at the place where Yin-Er was undergoing her tribulation, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw a group of people gathered outside the mountain ridge. Moreover, these people were all extreme grade supremacies. Since when were extreme Tao Supremes so worthless? Gu Fei could not help but sigh and shake his head. Buzz. The 9 heavenly stars sword seemed to sense Gu Fei's arrival. It turned into a sword radiance and directly rushed out of the place where Gu Ling was undergoing her tribulation. Old friend. Gu Fei grabbed the 9 heavenly stars sword and saw that it was no longer vibrating. Go. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the 9 heavenly stars sword flew back. With the 9 heavenly stars sword guarding by Yin-Er's side, he was very relieved. After scanning the entire primogenitor world with his divine will, he did not find the existence of any eternal grade life forms. At this time, Yin-Er was being tortured by the heavenly Tao. Her body had been destroyed countless times by the heavenly Tao's incarnations. Even the medicine cosmic cauldron had been broken several times. Yin-Er was undergoing her tribulation, and so was the medicine cosmic cauldron. It should be over soon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. Those extreme Tao Supremes outside the ancestral Yuan Mountains could not sense his existence. This was the difference between eternal grade supremes and extreme grade supremes. I am standing right in front of you. As long as I don't want you to see me, you will definitely not be able to see me. Let's wait for the guy inside to finish his tribulation and attack together when he is still weak. Someone suggested capturing Yin. I don't care if you want to court death, but don't drag us down with you. Someone disagreed. The extreme Dao Skywolf in the ancestral Yuan Mountains was a good example. TSK, a bunch of cowards. That person said disdainfully, "What did you say? Try saying it again." Someone was enraged. Isn't that so? The skinny, monkey-like extreme grade supremes said disdainfully, "Hun Tian Ho, do you really want to die?" A tall, mighty, middle-aged supremes roared at the monkey-like extreme grade supremes. "Why? I want to die. Can you kill me?" Hun Tian Ho retorted. "Come on. Damn it. Lu Patian, will teach you how to be a person today." The middle-aged extreme grade supreme being strode directly towards Hun Tian Ho. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Hun Tian Ho sneered and greeted him. "Get lost if you want to fight." An old voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was an old man with a walking stick who had spoken. Everyone was shocked. Even the wild and unruly celestial monkey was startled. Lu Patian shivered and almost peed his pants. "Senior Zhu Yuan." The two supremes nodded and bowed to the old man respectfully. "Why are you still here?" The old man was a little impatient. Yes, we will leave immediately." Hun Tian Ho was the first to leave, followed by Lu Patian. The two of them disappeared in an instant. These two are really reckless. How dare they act so presumptuously in front of Emperor Zhu Yuan? Some people were gloating. Emperor Zhu Yuan was the most powerful extreme grade great emperor in the history of the primal beginning realm. He had once shocked an era, and everyone thought that this great emperor had fallen. Who would have thought that today, this great emperor would appear again? The appearance of great emperor Zhu Yuan scared some originally restless forces to directly cease their banners and cease their drums. With this great emperor around, who would dare to fight in the primal beginning realm? Sigh. Why did this little girl choose to undergo her tribulation in the ancestral Yuan mountain range? The old voice sounded again. Everyone looked at Emperor Zhu Yuan in surprise. "Senior Zhu Yuan, why do you say that?" The palace master of the gold shrine asked curiously. Even the palace master of the gold shrine didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Emperor Zhu Yuan. In the ancestral Yuan mountain range, great opportunities and great dangers coexist. Emperor Zhu Yuan sighed. What? This was the first time everyone had heard of such a thing. Could it be that those who failed to undergo the tribulation in the ancestral Yuan mountain range all encountered great dangers? Emperor Zhu Yuan's words made all the supremes present think of many things. Great dangers? Gu Fei, who was hidden on the side, couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. Then, he released his divine sense to cover the entire ancestral Yuan mountain range. His divine sense even penetrated deep into the ancestral Yuan mountain range. Chapter 46-44. The ancestral origin mountain range was where the ancestral vein of the primal beginning world was located. The tallest mountain of the primal beginning world, the ancestral origin divine mountain, was there. In the eyes of countless powerful beings of the primal beginning world, the ancestral origin divine mountain was incomparably sacred. Some people believe that the Zhu Yuan mountain range was the source of life in the primordial world. Yin Er's heavenly tribulation was about to end. She had successfully survived the most difficult period, and the 9 heavenly Tao imprints had returned to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao resonated, and the aura of the entire world gradually became peaceful. The chaotic heavenly Tao was also gradually recovering. According to the recovery speed of the heavenly Tao, it would not take long for it to completely recover. Gu Fei was a little surprised. The recovery speed of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world was too fast. In less than 100 years, it could launch another heavenly tribulation. This primordial world was a little interesting. However, at this moment, The entire Zuyuan mountain range suddenly shook, and an aura so powerful that it made the hearts of the extreme Tao Supremes palpitate burst out from the depths of the Zuyuan mountain range. It's here, the Great Tribulation. Heavenly Emperor Zuyuan immediately slipped away without a trace. The other Supremes also fled upon seeing this. The Gold Palace Master and the Sun In Celestial Tribe all ran away. Even the people from the Heaven Equal Sect and the Chaotic War God Temple also ran away. This was the Great Tribulation that Emperor Zuyuan had mentioned. Who would dare to stay near the Zuyuan mountain range? The auspicious qi between the heavens and the earth was dispersed by the powerful aura that rushed out from the depths of the ancestral Yuan mountain range. A spirit burst out from the depths of the ancestral Yuan mountain range and instantly enveloped the entire area. This is the Great Tribulation? The Supreme Venerables who had already run far away turned around and were scared out of their wits. Damn, no wonder even Emperor Zuyuan had to flee. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the Zuyuan mountain range. Even the extreme Tao Supremes could not see the figure's true body. Although the figure was blurry, it was standing on the ground and its head was in the sky. It looked like a human, but it also looked like a terrifying heavenly beast. Gu Fei was surprised to see this. The existence hidden in the depths of the Zuyuan mountain range turned out to be a real chaos primordial heavenly beast. It was already heaven-defying for one or two of these things to appear in a world. One had to know that even a perfect world like the primordial world had never produced a primordial chaos heavenly beast. TCH, what great calamity! It's just a little bastard. Gu Fei was speechless. At this time, the primordial chaos heavenly beast appeared in the world, causing the entire world to tremble. The ancestral Yuan mountain range was shaking violently. The ancestral Yuan mountain range cracked open, and the Great Earth Ancestor Qi soared into the sky. Each strand of Great Earth Ancestor Qi was like a giant dragon dancing around the primordial chaos heavenly beast. The primal chaos heavenly beast was incomparably powerful. It stood on an earth dragon and devoured the sun and moon, as if it could destroy the entire world. The heavenly beast opened its mouth and inhaled. The Supreme Supremes who had already fled to the ends of the horizon were involuntarily sucked into the heavenly beast's mouth. No, I can't accept this. Those extreme grade Supremes struggled desperately, wanting to rush out, but all their struggles were futile. Those extreme grade Supremes were actually swallowed by the heavenly beast in one gulp. After swallowing a few Supremes, the heavenly beast's aura became even stronger. F***CK. When the other Supremes saw this scene, they were scared half to death and immediately turned to flee. Who would dare to stay and wait to be eaten by that fellow? Some of the Supremes who wanted to watch from afar immediately fled. At this time, the heavenly beast fixed its eyes on Yen-Er. However, a divine sword appeared beside Yen-Er, and the aura emitted from the divine sword made the primordial chaos heavenly beast very apprehensive. The primordial chaos heavenly beast was born in the primordial chaos qi before the world was formed. This kind of heavenly beast, once born, could feed on true dragons and was incomparably powerful. This heavenly beast definitely surpassed the extreme grade realm. Roar! The heavenly beast suddenly roared angrily and swooped towards Yen-Er to swallow her whole. Evil creature! Gu Fei was displeased. He directly stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that was even bigger than the primordial chaos heavenly beast directly grabbed at the heavenly beast. Roar! The primordial chaos heavenly beast felt threatened, and actually turned to flee back to the ancestral earth vein in the ancestral Yuan mountain range. The ancestral earth vein under the ancestral Yuan mountain range was the birthplace of this heavenly beast. As long as it fled back to the ancestral earth vein, it would be safe. However, this heavenly beast was destined to not be able to escape. Gu Fei directly grabbed this heavenly beast, and it was simply as easy as catching a chick. The layer of primordial chaos heavenly beast's primordial chaos qi dissipated, and the huge figure rapidly shrunk, revealing this heavenly beast's true form. This heavenly beast turned out to be a little white rabbit. Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. What a cute little rabbit. When Yen-Er saw the little rabbit in Gu Fei's hand, Her eyes immediately filled with little stars. Gu Fei was speechless. Just now, this little rabbit ate a few supremes in one bite. Moreover, Yin only had eyes for this little rabbit and directly ignored him. This is a primordial chaos heavenly beast, Gu Fei said. What a domineering name. I like it, Yin said. Sigh. Left with no other choice, Gu Fei directly sealed this little rabbit. This little rabbit is female? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Female? Yin was even more delighted. Let's use a forbidden technique, Gu Fei said with a smile. With this little rabbit protecting Yin he could leave with peace of mind and wander around the eternal world. This little rabbit was a half-step eternal realm existence and had lived for countless years. Its cultivation was extremely powerful, and even Yin and Tongyu might not be a match for it. What forbidden technique should I use? Yin had just passed the supreme heavenly tribulation, and for a while, she did not know what abilities she had. Gu Fei smiled helplessly, and then pointed a finger at Yin forehead, passing a forbidden technique to her. Ha! Yin laughed, and in the next moment, she formed a seal with both hands, and then a forbidden technique power entered the depths of the little rabbit's soul. What are you doing? What's that? I feel something entering my soul. What's going on? The little rabbit was shocked and angry. It was the first rabbit in the primordial realm, and in the primordial realm, there was no living creature that had lived longer than it. This little rabbit had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who could capture it and even cast a forbidden technique on it. All right, I will be your master from now on. If I die, you will suffer with me. Yin was really happy to obtain a pet beast. This was the best gift she had received after passing the tribulation. Hearing this, the little rabbit almost fainted from anger. Chapter 46-45. As the strongest creature in the primordial beginning realm, the primordial chaos rabbit had never imagined that it would be captured and become someone else's pet beast. It wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The other party was too cruel to tamper with its soul. With the primordial chaos rabbit's cultivation, it could naturally sense that something had suddenly appeared on its soul, and it was definitely not something good. At this time, as the primordial chaos rabbit was subdued by Gu Fei and Yin, planted a restrictive technique on it. The entire ancestral Yuan Mountains gradually calmed down. Damn it! The moment the seal on the rabbit was undone, the ferocious rabbit punched out, turning a mountain in the distance into dust. Little rabbit, it's not a good habit to destroy the environment. You can't casually destroy the environment in the future, understand? Yin directly grabbed the little rabbit and hugged it in her arms. The primordial chaos rabbit was immediately flustered. It wanted to cry. It's been a long time since our family of three gathered together. Gu Fei looked at Yin and said, Yes. Yin nodded. Let's go back. After saying that, Gu Fei flicked his sleeve and they disappeared into the void, not leaving a trace behind. Several hours after Gu Fei and the others left, the extreme supremes of the primordial beginning realm dared to slowly approach the ancestral Yuan Mountains to investigate the situation. No one knew that the great calamity mentioned by Great Emperor Zhu Yuan had already been resolved by Gu Fei. The great calamity of the ancestral Yuan Mountains was actually caused by the little rabbit. This little rabbit was not a vegetarian, but a carnivore. Moreover, it was extremely cruel when it ate. At this time, Gu Fei directly crossed the boundary wall with Yin and Little Rabbit in her arms, appearing in the ancestral realm. For Gu Fei, who was in the eternal realm, as long as he knew the coordinates, he could instantly cross the boundary wall. This was the extraordinary means of the eternal realm. At this time, Gu Ling's extreme supreme's heavenly tribulation had already reached the final stage. Ling Yin couldn't help feeling heartache when she saw Gu Ling's miserable state. However, she knew that Gu Ling could only become a true extreme sovereign through this ordeal. Soon, Yin realized that her daughter was fighting with her husband. To be exact, it was her husband's avatar. Gu Fei had once undergone a tribulation in the ancestral realm. He had left a great Tao mark on the ancestral realm's heavenly Tao. At this time, Gu Fei's great Dao imprint turned into another Gu Fei, and he was locked in a fierce battle with Gu Ling. Gu Fei of the Great Path displayed astonishing combat prowess. He performed the Heavenly Hand, which instantly enveloped Gu Ling and blasted him into a bloody mist. Gu Ling's body and soul were almost destroyed. Gu Ling cultivated the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, and the Heaven Ascension secret art gave her an almost undying body. In the next moment, she instantly reassembled her martial body and continued to battle with Gu Fei's incarnation of the Great Path. The extreme path Heavenly Tribulation could not last forever. As long as Gu Ling could hold on until the extreme path Heavenly Tribulation dissipated, she would win. However, Gu Ling had held on for several hours, which left her speechless. Gu Fei's incarnation of the Great Path was too strong, and Gu Ling was in a miserable state. Sigh. Yin knew this feeling very well. If one's mental fortitude was weak, they would not be able to hold on. Master, mistress. At this time, Di Jutian came over. Did any of those blind fellows attack again? Gu Fei asked. Master, no, Di Jutian answered. Di Jutian replied. With him protecting Gu Ling, those people did not dare to show their faces at all. Gu Fei released his divine will. With his eternal grade spiritual force, he instantly enveloped the entire ancestral realm. Soon, he discovered a few unusual places. It was the aura of the outer realm. Some peerless experts had opened up another world, and these worlds were the outer realm. Hiding in the outer realm could indeed avoid the pursuit of extreme path experts, but to Gu Fei, who was at the eternal realm, he could find these outer realm no matter how well they were hidden. Gu Fei wanted to attack, but then he thought about it. If he took care of all these fellows, wouldn't his disciples have no opponents? This was not a good thing. Another few hours passed, and the power of the extreme path Heavenly Tribulation finally began to weaken. This made Yin breathe a sigh of relief. Another 6 hours passed, and Gu Ling's extreme path Heavenly Tribulation was finally over. The world became auspicious, and endless great path power condensed on Gu Ling's body, sublimated and transformed. An extremely powerful extreme path aura erupted from Gu Ling's body. She had painstakingly cultivated and finally became an extreme path supremacy. This was all thanks to the Great Path Golden Lotus. Otherwise, she would have been restricted by the apex bloodline inherited from Gu Fei, and it would have been difficult for her to take that step forward. Father, mother. Gu Ling came in front of Gu Fei and Yin. Good daughter. Yin hugged little bunny and patted Gu Ling's head. What a cute little bunny. Gu Ling's eyes lit up when she saw the little bunny in Yin arms. Let's find a place to gather, Gu Fei said as he directly tore the void and brought Gu Ling and Yin back to the human realm. Wanxiang City was definitely one of the largest cities in the human realm. Because of Gu Fei, Wanxiang City had become the center of the eastern domain of the human realm. The current Wanxiang City was incomparably prosperous, and the scale of the city was constantly expanding. Even the Zhao family and the Dongfang family did not dare to compete with Wanxiang City. They had kept a low profile, but the Taishan sect appeared at this time. The news of the alliance between Wanxiang City and the Taishan sect soon spread throughout the eastern domain of the human realm. The small Taishan sect actually allied with the giant Wanxiang City? What kind of joke was this? However, very soon, the major forces of the eastern domain learned one thing, and that was that the Taishan sect was actually Gu Fei's former sect. Before Gu Fei reached the Tao, he had been a disciple of the Taishan sect. However, the Taishan sect from back then had been destroyed, and the current Taishan sect was only a new sect established by Li Lingfeng, a disciple of the Taishan sect. It was very difficult for a new sect to gain a foothold in the cultivation world, but the Taishan sect was an exception. The new Taishan sect leader was Gu Fei's senior brother, Li Lingfeng. The new Taishan sect leader actually had such an identity. This was something that no one could have imagined before. At this time, in the entire human realm, who would dare to go against Gu Fei? Previously, when Gu Fei had returned to the human realm, he had directly wiped out all the hostile forces. Who would dare to provoke this god of death again? The head of the primordial Zhao family had personally come to apologize. The Dongfang family had also sent people at the level of an ancestor. They wanted to completely resolve the grievances between the two families and were willing to make the greatest concessions. When Gu Fei's family once again arrived in Wanxiang City, it immediately caused a stir in the city. Chapter 46-46. Gu Fei, Yin and Ling are reunited in the mortal world, enjoying the beauty of their family. News of Gu Fei's return to the mortal world also spread. Countless cultivators flocked to the eastern domain, wanting to see Gu Fei. The entire mortal world was in an uproar. However, Gu Fei's family was elusive. No one could find them. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, even an extreme Dao sovereign wouldn't be able to find him if he wanted to, let alone others. The mortal world no longer had the power of heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment formation had been taken away by Gu Fei. After Gu Fei's restoration, the mortal world's heavenly Dao was strengthened to the extreme, able to withstand the power of extreme Dao sovereigns. Of course, if a battle between extreme Dao sovereigns broke out in the mortal world, it would still cause unimaginable damage. Gu Fei's footprints covered the 5 ancestral planets of the mortal world. On this day, they arrived at the ancestral planet Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle's G clan was the strongest cultivation clan in the ancestral planet, the true ruler of the planet. Other forces couldn't shake the G clan at all. However, the G clan was now divided into 2 camps, one led by Violet Sovereign, the other led by Ji Changkong. There was a great disparity in strength between the 2 camps. In the beginning, Violet Sovereign's forces were enough to crush Ji Changkong's forces. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the Ji clan's matters. He Tian wasn't in Crepe Myrtle's ancestral planet. No one knew where he went for seclusion. Gu Fei did see Ji Changkong, but Ji Changkong couldn't see him. They found an inn in one of Crepe Myrtle's Ji clan cities and settled down. Solitary City was one of the largest cities in Crepe Myrtle's ancestral planet. The city lord of Solitary City was Ji Yuan, a quasi-sovereign. Ji Yuan had once gone to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world to seize the Grand Tao Lotus. Not only did he fail, but he also returned with heavy injuries. Ji Yuan supported Empress Ji. Gu Fei and his family had just arrived at Independence City when the city lord, Ji Yuan, was assassinated. Just like that, the entire unique city was under martial law. The entire city was locked down. People from the outside couldn't enter, and people inside couldn't leave. What happened? Inside the inn, Gu Fei was taken aback. The streets were filled with unique city soldiers clad in battle armor. They were going from house to house, searching for the murderer of Unique City's castellan, Ji Yuan. Boom! Suddenly, a house beside the inn exploded. 2 figures charged out from the house and powerful energy ripples erupted from their bodies. As soon as the 2 of them rushed out, they started fighting. Quasi-Supreme? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This solitary city wasn't as simple as it seemed. There were actually quite a few quasi-supreme beings hidden here. Soon, one of the 2 quasi-supremes forced back the other middle-aged man wearing a golden battle suit, turned around and fled. Father, what happened? Gu Ling walked out. I don't know, but I heard that Unique City's castellan was assassinated. Gu Fei said. Their family had sealed their cultivation, maintaining their cultivation at the heavenly sovereign realm. Unique City's castellan was killed? Gu Ling was taken aback. The death of a city's castellan would cause chaos in the entire city. Are they going to start a war? The matter of Ji Changkong and Empress Ji fighting for the Ji clan's patriarch position was no secret in the ancestral Myrtle Star. However, they had always been fighting in the dark before this. Now, they were willing to shed all pretense of cordiality. Gu Fei couldn't care less about Ji Changkong's trivial matters. At this time, the 2 quasi-supremes were already far away. Powerful energy ripples could be felt from afar. The Unique City's grand formation couldn't stop quasi-supreme beings. One had to know that the mortal realm didn't allow the existence of extreme Dao energy. Therefore, the Unique City's grand formation was only a quasi-supreme level formation. Even if it was raised to its limit, it would only be a quasi-supreme level formation. A quasi-supreme level formation couldn't stop a real quasi-supreme level formation. Open the door. Come out. At this time, a A group of soldiers in armor charged into the inn under the lead of a general. The Guest Cloud Inn was one of the largest inns in Unique City. Hundreds of cultivators resided here, some of which were even sages. For example, Gu Fei's family maintained their cultivation at the heavenly sovereign realm. Hee, so it's Bailey Zhongjun. May I know what brings General Bailey to my inn? The plump shopkeeper quickly came forward to greet him. Fatty Wong, you really don't know why I'm here? Bailey Zhongjun looked at the plump shopkeeper with a mocking look. Shopkeeper Wong's expression changed. He knew he was in trouble. Hurry up and call out all your men here. Bailey Zhongjun roared at Shopkeeper Wong. Yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper Wong immediately ordered his men to gather the guests in the main hall of the inn. Bailey Zhenchuan, how impressive of you. A cold laugh could be heard as a white-haired old man appeared in the main hall. Bailey Zhenchuan was shocked when he saw the man, but he quickly calmed down. Old monkey, do you have anything to do with the assassination of my city lord? Bailey Zhenchuan stared at the old man and sneered. What did you say? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You must be responsible for your words. Old monkey's expression turned ugly. Assassinating the city lord of Unique City was a serious matter. Even old monkey would not dare to get involved in such a matter. Then get lost. Bailey Zhenchuan said proudly. You? Old monkey was so angry that he glared at Bailey Zhenchuan, but he did not dare to say anything else. Soon, all the guests in the guest cloud inn were asked to leave the main hall, including Gu Fei's family. Who has just checked in 2 days ago? Bailey Zhenchuan asked calmly as he flipped through the guest register. It's all recorded on the register. Shopkeeper Wong quickly said. Who's Xianchen? Bailey Zhenchuan suddenly asked. I'm Xianchen. May I know why you're looking for me? A white-robed middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. A half-sage? Bailey Zhenchuan's eyes narrowed when he saw the middle-aged man. Take him down. In the next second, he ordered his men to take him down. Who do you think you are? Xianchen wanted to resist. However, Bailey Zhenchuan stepped forward and destroyed Xianchen with a punch. Seeing this scene, all the guests in the lobby were shocked. Killing someone just because they didn't agree with him? Gu Fei was displeased. Kill anyone who dares to resist. This is what happens to this person. Bailey Zhenchuan scanned the hundreds of cultivators and said coldly, Preposterous. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.